All right. We are live. Just give me 1 second and just got to do a little editing and then we're going to get going. Change the time. Hopefully everybody got the last minute notice. So hang tight 1 second. We do a little quick editing and then we're going to get going. So hang tight for 1 sec. Then we'll get the Cosmic Serpent in here. And we will get started with our show. Just let me set this up real quick. All right, hang tight. We'll just give everybody a few minutes to get in. All right. Okay. Alrighty, almost there. So 31st. All right, I think we are good. Let me send a link over to her and we'll get her in here. All right, there we go. Save. And let me send her the link. All right. All right, just sent her the link. Okay, let me just let her know I just sent it. All right. So it looks like we are good to go. All right, 8:43. Just make sure I got that on there. All right, just gonna give it a minute to. Let me just run through some quick announcements while we wait for everybody to get through here. Actually, let me turn on this mic. Forgot to hook the mic up. Plug that in real quick. Okay, so all right, let me run through a couple quick announcements before our guest gets here. I want to welcome everybody to the show. Just to run what I ran over the other night, all the April events are posted for Patreon, which begin actually tomorrow. Okay, April 1st, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have Shadow Work class number 16. Okay, that'll take place tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then on Saturday, April 8th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have the Ancestral Occult Bible Study class. And then Saturday, April 22nd, we have the Clipothic Yoga Meditation and Kundalini Awakening class. And then we finish out April on Friday, April 28th at 8:15 p.m. These are all Eastern Standard Time, the Lucifer Emperor of Hell ritual. And that closes the month of April out. How you can participate in all these classes, the best way is to go to patreon.com/Baniti, Baniti. Again, that's patreon.com Baniti, Baniti, and join tier 3. That gives you access to all 3 monthly classes plus the group ritual. If you need to contact me for a spiritual reading or a spiritual consultation, type of readings I offer are demonic telepathic readings, Santa Muerte readings, Egyptian oracle readings, deity readings, shadow work readings, which is a great place to start if you're not really sure where to begin. If you need a full list, you see the information going on the ticker on the bottom. Shoot me an email at khnum19@gmail.com, and I will send you a link. I will send you an email with the information for all of that readings that you need. All right. If you already know you want to book one to save time, please just put the days and times you're available and the time zone you live in, which is very important. Okay. And again, all that information is on the bottom of the screen. Also, if you, excuse me, if you need information on the Journey of the Black Adept Conference, this will be the 6th year that we're doing it. Let me bring my guest in, get it ready. This will be the 6th year doing it. You could reach out. We don't have anything set in stone yet and planned. We have the dates, the end of October. I know people are reaching out asking about, the itinerary. It's too early for that, but as we get closer, we will have more information for that. All right. That's basically the gist of the announcements. Everything I'm saying is right there at the bottom of the screen. You can contact me, khnum19@gmail.com. Again, the best way to be involved in all the classes and the rituals is go to patreon.com/Baniti, Baniti. That's the official Primordial Chaos Patreon page. Okay. So all that information is there. Okay. So I want to welcome everybody. And we have returning this evening. I want to welcome back the Cosmic Serpent. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sound is good. Sound check for everybody. Everybody can hear. Okay, good. So we had you on last time. I know a lot of people are pretty much familiar with you, but again, just if you can introduce yourself to those maybe who are not familiar with you.
Thank you. So I am the Cosmic Serpent. I am online. I've been online for a while on social media, just sharing my thoughts on the practice, the work. I am now offering readings. So I have a site. You can find me online. The links are always in the bio of wherever I am, but I am a left-hand practitioner. I mean, we call ourselves eclectic in a way because there's so many kind of hands in the pot when you're developing your own path. But I think it's important to say when you ask me to introduce myself that I don't have a label.
Gotcha.
I'm not, not in any indoctrinated kind of religion or anything of the sort. I am a solo practitioner, a practicing witch, and all of those good things. So,
Right.
so yeah, that's basically who I am.
And what's if you could just throw out there the titles you found on Instagram, any of your social media platforms, or if you have a preference that you prefer people to contact you, throw that out there. I'll make sure we do it again so people, know what's your preference of being contacted. Any preference, or you don't really care?
And Instagram is good. I am more comfortable with that platform. I have branched out to TikTok because it was something that I tried and I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from that platform. And I have an email that's the Cosmic Serpent 7@gmail.com. That's really easy to get a hold of me. But Instagram inbox is going to be the easiest way because I'm checking that more readily. So if anybody has any questions or needs anything from me, I'm there.
Okay, and it's the Cosmic Serpent, right, on Instagram, the Cosmic Serpent.
Yes. On Instagram, it's the.cosmic.serpent on Instagram.
Okay, so if you need to reach out to her for any of the aforementioned, hit her up. Check out her page. She's got a lot of good stuff on there. She posts a lot of good reels, drops a lot of jewels on the reels. So check it out. All right, I appreciate that. I know last time it was kind of just a general discussion. This time we're going to focus a little bit more the topic that you wanted to kind of discuss tonight, We wanted to talk about demonic integration work. I know that
Yeah.
varies and it's going to branch off into other things. So let's first start with your experience with demonic integration work and some of the things you would like to share generally. Let's start with that first.
Sure. Well, the reason you when we talked about the topic,
Mhm.
and the reason I said, all right, I wanted to use the time that I had wisely and say things that were meaningful.
Correct.
So I felt like one thing that is, I'll say, imperative on a journey to the self, wherever you're going with this path, is learning that demonic integration is not just a aspect of the path. It is the path in a way. We know the history of Daemonic. We know that in the the mainstream term, people will say that it's a Greek term.
Correct.
It comes from Daemon, the trueness, the highness, the most intelligent parts of ourselves that can be seen as an external deity in a way. If you go down the hermetic path of it and you're working that type of
Mhm.
magic and that type of, it's really ceremonial when you go
Correct.
that path. But the true essence of the demonic is an Egyptian root. It has an
Mhm.
Egyptian root. So we understand that there's so many translations and things have been brought back from antiquity to now, and we can translate them into what we need today.
Right.
But this is a more kind of a multifaceted topic when you talk about the agatho daemon, your personal daemon, the integration of the self, and from the perspective of a hermetic perspective, from a Jungian perspective, or just as a 2023 Black magician occult perspective. How do you break it down?
Right.
So I felt like it was super important to talk about in this aspect, because I've really been kind of getting back to that as
Okay.
far as grounding. I know we've had talks, and I've learned a lot from you about how important grounding is on the path. You can
Right.
do all the amazing things, all the rituals, all the rites that you want, but if you
Mhm.
are not grounded, then you are no longer doing human correctly. so
Correct.
you're no longer doing that part of your life correctly, which kind of leaves
Right.
you in the dark when you are doing, any type of work that is meant to bring you back to the self. We can't
Correct.
deny that aspect. I mean, in essence, getting in contact with your personal daemon, your holy guardian angel, whatever you want to call it, it is it is the means to transcend the human condition. It's the means to transcend that, but
Right.
it doesn't diminish the human condition. I mean, no matter what, you
Right.
can be like the biggest, baddest magician on the planet, but when those emotions hit you, when that loss hits you, whenever happens to you in your mundane life hits you, if you don't have grounding, it's going to affect you no matter what, no matter who you are.
Right.
I've seen so many practitioners that, pardon my language, but like, their shit doesn't stink. You know what I mean?
Feel
Like they
free
never,
to use profanity. Don't worry about it.
but like they never have anything wrong. Like nothing ever goes bad. Nothing ever breaks down, or they never have days where they just don't feel like the biggest and the baddest. And I think that in order to realize the detriment that does to the self when you are masking in that way, it if you realize that, then you realize how important it is for the realness to come through when you're
Mhm.
working. Because I've learned this in the past, in many different ways, but it translates so well into what we're talking about today, like
Right.
intent. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like intent. Okay, so what are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Correct.
If you're doing it in a way that masks the human condition, then you are doing it in an aesthetic way, and you're doing it in a way that's wasting your time. It's wasting
Correct.
your time. If you're doing it in a way that's going to bolster that part of yourself that's dark and and dreary and magical, and you're so big and bad because you don't necessarily, have a bad day or get a bill in the mail you weren't prepared for, or have someone in your family pass away that really, set you back. If you can't unmask in that way, then this is an aesthetic kind of a viewpoint. So
100%.
so the importance of demonic integration is, I feel like it needs to come before everything else.
Mm,
And I didn't think about that. I didn't think that way in the beginning. When I initially started my path, I worked, a Black Adept path. I
right.
learned, so much from those of you that are teaching this path, and I've strayed. I've gone space cadet. I know everybody that knows me. No, I'm kidding, not kidding.
Right. That's
I've
all
gone
right. Be honest.
I've gone space cadet. I've gone conspiracy theorist. I've
Mhm.
gone where am I from? Am I from a star? Am I from a here? I've gone all of that, all that. But when I got down to the fact that not only did none of that really sit and resonate with me, it was too much. It convoluted my practice to the point of
Mm,
me feeling like I was back in school. And I don't have
right.
time. Like I want to learn, and we're here to gain knowledge and understanding, but not to be in a constant um deficit, because
Right.
you never know enough, you've never gotten enough, you've never achieved enough, you've never really found yourself, so
Correct.
you're always at a constant deficit, you know what I mean? And
Interesting.
so working the path of demonic integration, preceding working with any other deity, preceding working any other path that takes you out of your own senses and your
Hmm.
own form of meditation and your
Right.
own developed rituals and stuff like that, the other stuff is kind of icing on the cake.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It's
Yes.
important, and it's a part of our path, but the reason I put the importance on it is this. So if we create this practice that's based around idolizing a deity, or
Hmm.
idolizing a part of the collective
Hmm.
unconscious, or idolizing a part of something that we've read in a book or something like that, you skip the whole issue of needing to know your energy versus anything else.
Right.
So if you don't use demonic integration as a grounding tool, a lot of times you're just talking to yourself. I'm sorry. Like I've experienced. I don't know, because I've experienced it with people, and I'm like, okay, so the responses that you're giving me, that Lucifer or Lilith, I get dogged with Lilith stuff. I get
Right.
dogged with the Lilith stuff, and I'm like, the minute that you put a human face on this, and it's not for a deific mask purpose,
Correct.
you've internalized this deity, and you are now talking to yourself. There is
Mm.
nothing that you're just, it's just a reverberation. And you are in essence talking to yourself. Of course, we know what we're saying here, but when you don't realize, if you can't smell what you smell like versus something else, and you know what I mean?
Right. No,
so
that's right. Yeah.
so, like, demonic integration is not just incorporating the shadow. It is incorporating the shadow in an aspect, but that's not it. That's not the totality of it. The totality of it is to identify what it means when we say, okay, we're gods. All right,
Correct.
okay, so you're a god, right? So what do you mean? Like, do you mean that you're walking around floating and flying and like zapping things?
Yeah.
Or do you mean that you're like taking responsibility for every single thing that happens to you and learning how to transmute it, and not being um what am I saying? Not being a slave to circumstance,
Correct.
And so once you do that, then you really realize why deity has become so important. So why did the people of old, why did they need a deity? Because they had to put a
Mm.
face to things that were happening. So
Mm.
if I say I'm in ancient Egypt, and I have the education that I have, and I have the position in society that I have, and I was born in the family that I have. I'm not a king's daughter or anything. and I
Right.
walk outside and I see all of my crops have died. Okay, so what do we do? Do we blame that on ourselves because we did something
Intentional,
differently
right?
that we did?
That's
Or
right.
do we blame that on an entity that is of a grandiose kind of, all encompassing, that we then can placate, that we can then
Yep.
give offerings to, that we can then appease, so that he or she or it is like, all right, let me give you your crops back. Same thing with us. It's the same thing with us. When you learn,
100%.
so that's why it's important to like have your time to do your invocations. It's important to have an altar or some sort of a setup to, to
Mhm.
work with your personal daemon,
Right.
and honor it, because then you really truly know what deity is, and
Mhm.
not just something. So
Right.
that's why that's like how I define it. I know I was going on and on, but
No, 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 no. Feel free. That's why you're here. So what I'm
right.
hearing. No, no, no. That's good stuff. And as I'm listening to you, so what I'm hearing, and in your experience, maybe you could share. I'm hearing a lot of self awareness. I'm hearing a lot of self realization, which brings me to, so how well, the first question, we'll do one at a time, and then obviously I know there'll be questions for you later, from people watching. And again, if you just joined us, we're talking to the Cosmic Serpent. You can reach her on her Instagram page at it's the dot Cosmic Serpent, or is that right?
The dot cosmic
Okay,
dot serpent.
I have it on mine. I just can't remember how you have it laid out. So it's the dot Cosmic Serpent. So anything you hear her talking about, if you're interested in any of her services and you want to check her out, that's the best platform. That's for all those that might have joined later. We'll mention that throughout the show. So I'm hearing a lot of self awareness, a lot of self realization. So, how has this helped you, in your opinion, with your shadow work? So, let's talk a little bit about that. How is working with your personal daemon or demonic integration as a whole? How would you say, from what you've learned, because that's what I'm hearing, how has it helped you in that department?
Well, with shadow work, I think it's an integral part of the basis of the process of shadow work.
Right,
So we can learn a million tactics. We can learn a million journal prompts. We can learn a million, like, methods,
right,
methodologies. So, how does any of that work in an occult sense?
right.
Because you can do shadow work and not be a practitioner. You can do shadow work and not
Correct.
have any sort of a spiritual practice or anything. That's they make so much money off of that. You know what I mean? It's now it's like a luxury experience now for somebody to
That's
tell
right.
you that you need to accept all of yourself.
That's correct.
Really, it's a luxury. It's a luxury, for experience for somebody to tell you, oh, your deepest, darkest, integrate them, and then you'll be a whole person. They
Right.
pay millions. They pay big bucks for that, but you don't. But you don't have a spiritual aspect to it.
Mm,
So the spiritual aspect is the connection to the demonic self. So
okay.
if you're doing shadow work, this is just, in my perspective, when you're doing shadow work, you're like, all right, so I have done this hardcore meditation to put myself back into these really, really tough situations that I was in. And I
Right.
have changed the narrative. Like, we've gone back to the time where I almost I don't know, got hit by a bus. I'm
Mm,
terrified of buses. And now
mm,
I've changed the narrative, so
mm,
I'm no longer thinking as a victim. I'm no longer believing of that situation can happen again. And
right.
I'm going to go tomorrow and get on a bus, right?
Right.
So that's great. But without demonic integration, that does not translate to how you can make that a magical power. We'll say it
Hmm.
like that.
Hmm.
So, what I do in my shadow work practices, when I do work with that, I'll take what I'm doing, whatever I got going on, because it's stuff that comes up. People say that shadow work doesn't end. To some extent, you do need to have an end to some things that happen. If you're rehashing the
Sure.
same things that happen over and
That's
over
a
again,
problem. It's correct.
then that's self-harm. That's
Correct.
self-harm. If you're just bringing it up and up and up every single time we
And
have
not
this
solid. I agree.
conversation,
Yep.
it's self-harm. But if
100%.
you get to if you get to an aspect that comes up that you can't grasp, you can't hold it, you can't eradicate it. How do you gel it, and what do you do? So then you go into the communication with your daemon, and that means talking to the demonic self to see how the narrative has really changed from a subconscious perspective. So if I'm doing my shadow work and I'm like, Baniti has taught me how to not be afraid of buses, I am not afraid of bus. So I'm going to sit in front of my altar. I come up with a visualization and a meditation. I'm contacting that high part of myself, the part of myself that knows my past, present, and future, my genius self, and I'm coming up and I'm just letting the visualizations flow. If a bus hits me, I have not connected
Let's
the
hope a bus
two.
doesn't, though, but go ahead.
You say it again.
I said, let's hope a bus doesn't, but go ahead. I'm just joking.
No. But if something happens like that in your visualizations that you've just let like flow and run, then you haven't connected the two. So I feel like grounding your shadow work is to communicate with the daemon and to have that conversation to see where you really are in a true self. You're not, it's nobody else but you. So you're talking and you're feeling through it. So when you can say things with conviction, you hear your daemon, the voice of your daemon, and it speaks to you with conviction about a changed narrative of your perspective of a situation, then you've done the work. If not, because I can tell someone I respect, a client, a friend, a family member, I can tell you that I've healed up from this situation all day long. But if I get into personal darkness, if I go into that abyssal state where there's nobody here but me, it's just me, I don't have a shoulder to cry on, I don't have nothing to lean on, and I need direction and I need to know what to do with this energy, it's the daemon.
That's right.
So, you're having this, and people say, okay, you're having a conversation with what? You're talking to the aspect of your higher self. And if you can't hear it, you have to do the work to hear it, because you're not going to just say, okay, I'm demonically integrated. It takes
That's
a
correct.
long time. It takes work, because you're not gonna hear anything. So yeah.
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. So let me ask you this, and again, which leads me, I've always said, I use the analogy, I'm going back a little bit, you have to be maybe a certain age, because the newer cars, if you remember, the older cars used to have a distributor cap and spark plugs, if you remember on the old rides. Again, telling my age, so you got to be a little bit older. They don't make them like that no more. So I always use this metaphor, and everything you're saying is reminding me of that metaphor. I always use this metaphor that, all right, on how those engines used to be built, before all these more modern day cars, the distributor cap was where all the plugs were hooked up to, and if the distributor cap was bad, the spark plugs didn't get the spark. So I always use that metaphor to refer that the personal daemon is the facilitator of all that. It uncovers the hidden self, and it strengthens relationship with the deities and the spirits, because I love when people use the term higher self. And you mentioned earlier, like people like Crowley referred to it as the holy guardian angel, which is basically the same thing. And even in like Catholicism and Christianity, whether people were aware of it or not, when people say I have a guardian angel, that's basically the same shit.
Same thing.
Right. So my question to you is, do you think in your work also it has strengthened your relationship with spirits and demons and deities? And if so, maybe you can share how in your ritual work, how do you think it's helped in regards to relationship with spirits and deities?
I think it taught me a lot more. I think it taught me how to be more intentional in my connection and how to listen more intently. You know what I mean? Because when you talk about demonic integration, you talk about a deity that is within, that is facilitated by you. It's something that you're creating and something that you're generating by your own subconscious mind and your spirit and everything that you're taking in and all your experiences. They're building this beautiful thing, and the way that it strengthens the connection between external deity is the fact that it gives you the nose to have the subtleties come to you. Your subtle body becomes more in tune to what's happening outside of you. You can hear something that's external from yourself that's accurate. Something that gives you some type of a message or some type of higher higher connection to the part of yourself that already knows what's going on, and it's accurate. So you're
Right.
like, all right, let me go with this. And then that gives you the confidence. It gave me the confidence to be able to say, all right, I can accurately channel a deity,
Mm,
and I can accurately do a reading for someone, or I can accurately interpret a message that I
mm,
got. And I'm not just sitting on my thumbs and, making things up, because I've had this connection happen within me. And I know that this is not something that I thought. This is something
right.
that's coming from something that I'm generating. You're generating, you're generating the aspect of the holy guardian angel within you. You're generating that aspect, but
Hmm.
that aspect is going to be self-propelled once you start
Ah,
getting into that part, to that part
hmm.
of where you're constantly doing the work.
Right.
Now, I think it's the Necrominion, or one of these books that talks about the importance of the ritual work, the ritualizing of that, because
Yeah.
if you come at it from a hermetic perspective, you're going to be sitting in a circle, starving, cold, all night, all day. You
Yeah.
have no food, you have nothing. So, you're
Correct.
you're you're pretty much broken down to the last of nothing, and you are then in this beautiful realm of where you can see the holy guardian angel. None of that is
Mm,
necessary. None
mm.
of it is necessary. It's a conversation, and it's a consistent invocation. And
Okay.
once you get to that, once you get to that point, you are able to hear the voices of the deities that you're working with accurately, because
Mm,
you've done it within. You know what
hmm.
I mean? That's how
Hmm.
I feel about that.
Okay. So that will just lead me to two good questions that's brought up. But again, we'll go one at a time. So now there are different, obviously, approaches to working with the personal daemon. Now, I've always said, obviously, it's everything you're describing. Now, some people do rituals. So I'm going to ask you, did you give your personal daemon a shape and form as far as a personal personification, or is it just something you work with on an internal level as far as your higher self? Because I know some people, I'm not going to say like a servitor because it's not really the same thing, but some people manifest their personal daemon and they give it shape and form. Did you do that, or you don't really connect with it on that level?
Well, my journey to my daemon is very obscure, and I'll tell
Okay.
you what I mean by that.
Okay.
I started out long time ago watching a young lady that was on YouTube, and I took one of her seminars, and they
Hmm.
were talking about this was back before I was like really really hardcore or anything. I was just having problems in my life,
Gotcha.
and I took a seminar on developing your shadow,
Mm.
developing. So she called it shadow mapping. And what
Okay.
she did was she gave us the information of how to create a picture of your shadow. So you're basically using, like art or whatever type of medium that you're using to create a picture of your shadow so that you can work with something tangible to work with this integration, right?
Hmm.
So I worked on that. I worked on that.
Okay.
I had developed this thing, and I had developed this kind of place in my mind for it to live like a servitor, like you said. So
Okay.
it had become something that was, my shadow back in those days had become something
Gotcha.
that was sentient. And that was my
Gotcha.
beginnings of my shadow work. So that mutated. That
Hmm.
began to mutate. So the shadow that I was working with to integrate within and trying to get deep into to find out like why, what, where, when, and how, into it mutated. And one night I was doing a meditation, and an image came into my mind of this
Hmm.
thing, and I won't go into what it looks like, but it is not human whatsoever. It is a monstrous thing. And
Yeah.
it came into my mind, and I said, that's me. And then
More
it
for
then it
yourself. Yeah.
became the thirst to find the name. What's her name? What is this thing's
Mm,
name? So I need to know. And
mhm.
at that point, when I was getting these visions and it was coming over me, I had no idea that that was a face of my daemon. That's the face of my
Right.
daemon.
Right.
And the way that I figured out that that was a face of my daemon is when it would come back. And
Mm,
it would have a different color, maybe a different aspect, a different arm, a different eye, or something like that. But it just
correct.
came, and so I like, and then when I locked it down, that. So I do have a physical form that I
Nice.
use, and it changes when I change. You know, it
Ah.
changes when I change, you know,
Mhm.
and she may come, and it's very, 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 very good to have something like that if you're beginning or if you need a refresher on it. And I think the reason why is because you know how when people come to you for deity consults or they want to tell
Mhm.
you about these visions that they saw,
Sure.
and they
Sure.
say, "Oh, I saw a hooded figure and it was crying." And my next question is, "What are you going through?
Right. 100%. Yep.
What has the last month been like for you?" You know what
Yep.
I mean?
Mhm.
Not that I'm feeling like there is a aspect of Lucifer that is stalking you. I feel like you're sad. What's happening? So when your daemon comes and it's in these different forms and it has all those different things, it's time to decode to figure out what is in you.
Yep.
What aspect of your shadow needs to be dug through.
Right.
So yeah, I do have a physical form that I work with.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know there's different methods. Even like for an example, a method that everybody's familiar with is in the Black Ship book, and that's a very it's a basic introductory opening to the personal daemon. I know
Mhm.
also through Black Mirror work, you can
Yes.
personify the daemon, etc. It's interesting because even though I know we've talked about it, and people here that a part of some of the Patreon classes know self realization, right, is to activate the presence, right?
Right.
It's funny
Absolutely.
because I'm glad you're saying this. Some just have the presence or the awareness of it, they can feel it. And the self realization, right, it's like that old saying, sometimes when you stare long enough in the mirror, you could feel the entity
Right.
within looking,
Yeah.
looking out. And all of these raise yourself to the awareness of that. So it's interesting you say that and share that with. But the thing that stood out to me that you said, it changes, and that's because you're
Oh, yeah.
changing. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. It changes. If it doesn't have the same personage, it will come from a different, and then sometimes I developed a ritual back in the day, and it's definitely as I've been on the Patreon taking, just learning more and things like that.
Hmm.
I've
Hmm.
I've, I've developed more I'll say more tangible ways to do it. But I used to have this ritual, and this is very personal, but I used to have this thing where it was just a room with a table and a chair, and I would just sit down in the chair and I would literally just wait. And whatever came to sit in front of me was what I was going to work with at that time. And
Hmm.
it was never something that was static. It was always something that needed decoding. It was always something that I needed to work through. And then when I started to get more intense with my work, because I address my daemon in the morning, I
Good.
have a set thing that I do. Even if I'm not doing anything physical, I'm addressing that demonic aspect of myself in the morning because I want to be led. I want to be in tune, I want to be connected. And whatever messages or what comes through during the day, I don't want to take advantage of anything. I want to take everything, that comes, and get the meat out of it and spit out the bad stuff. So the daemon helps me do that. So I address that aspect of myself in the morning.
Mhm.
But when I was initially forming this relationship, it was always different. It was changing. It was changing. Same
Mm.
shape and form and energy, but face, you know.
Yes. Awesome. The good stuff. Good stuff. And again, if you're just joining us, again, we're talking to the Cosmic Serpent. We're talking about demonic integration work. I just put in the chat the best way to contact her, the Cosmic Serpent on Instagram. So again, if you want to get at her for any of her services or just contact her for whatever, anything about the spiritual path, obviously, reach out to her. I typed that in there. I know somebody had typed in, yes, the Black Ship book is available on Kindle again, $9.99. I would encourage people to get it.
Wow.
Yeah, it is available. It's back on Amazon, only in Kindle format. So I
Oh,
would hop on
wow.
that.
I
Yeah.
got it when somebody gave it to me as a long time ago as a gift when it was
Oh
out of
wow.
print. And
Nice.
I was like, because, that's when I was going through my phase of demonic integration, and I was learning. That's one of the first books that I haven't, that's one of the first books I had, but it was one of the first books I ever had.
I actually know the guy. He actually is in the north central Florida area. That's his author
Yeah,
name. He's actually a former member of the Temple of Set, like myself. His actual
right.
name is Edward Pandemonium. You can actually Google him by that name. He's got a website, and he's putting out some other books. And I tried to find out. Doesn't look like anytime soon it'll be reprinted. So
Right.
just saying that real quick. If you can get it on Kindle while it's there for $9.99, I'd hop on it. You can always,
Yeah.
if you're fanatic and you need it in hard copy, you can always print it out. It's not a
I
super
couldn't
long book.
believe that. I didn't know that, and I'm very excited to see what else that author will come out with, because the if you haven't like read The Black Ship, for anybody that's like listening, if you haven't read it, the reason why I think it's such an important book is because it's not necessarily just a like a book to teach you about, the blood of chaos and pretty
Mhm.
much the foundation of what we're building all of this on. It's
Right.
kind of a manifesto in a way. It's
Yeah.
kind of a
Yeah.
beautiful, like a manifesto of how your inner world can be if you exclude everything else that
Correct.
has no reason to be in your world. If it's
Right.
just, if you create your own world and you have the mind of a chaos manifesting being that is constantly creating at all times, if
Yep.
you get that like sunk down into your mind, you can create some beautiful things, without giving away your energy.
Yep. And it's one of the only few books that has a section on it of working with the ancestors from a left
Right.
hand path perspective. That's another great
Right.
reason to have it. Even though there's some tradition, but not in a religious way, he incorporates a lot of the historical traditions of working with your ancestors, but he removes all the bullshit. And it's like how we would approach it from an occult perspective. So that's another great
Right.
reason why to get that book.
And I've
But
I've
yeah,
read that I've read that aspect of that, and I'll be completely honest with you. Like, I'm not here to like say that, oh, I'm like a 10-year generational witch, or my family this or anything like that. Nobody taught me. No, my grandmother didn't teach me how to have an altar.
right.
I'm not a, oh, my family is we have always did it. No, it's me. It's just me. So when I read that aspect of ancestral, veneration in that way, in a very practical, down to earth, understanding, very tangible way,
Mhm.
that's where I learned a lot from. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It comes
But
very tangible.
yeah, but I can tell you, maybe not on the surface, you don't know, but genealogy wise, you come from a line of sorcerers and witches. Trust me when I tell you. And you
I
don't
need
you
to
don't have to necessarily have to have in this day and time recent confirmation of it too, because obviously only we can only go back to a certain extent in our genealogy that we're aware of. But sometimes our spiritual ancestors, and I always tell people this, there's a difference between bloodline ancestors and spiritual ancestors that have
right.
been in your genealogy. And sometimes they walk with us and we come from that lineage. That's definitely the case with you. So another thing I wanted to ask, how with working with your personal daemon. So another thing that comes up, I didn't want to forget this question because this is important. Would you say it's helped what I like to call our higher faculties? Have you think it's helped your clairvoyance, your intuition, your telepathy, your psychometry, or your psychic abilities? Do you think it's strengthened that? Any connection with that you or communication on that level?
Yes, and I think that it was something that I wanted in the beginning, and I
Right,
willed it. So I feel like I'm not saying that that is the whole and the complete reason for it, but I feel like anytime you're working anytime you're working in the aspect of the self where you are using telepathic communication to then get answers from something that's self-generated,
right.
you've got a feedback loop going on that's going to strengthen. It's like a like a battery charging up. So just like if you and I or anybody have we build, you have that conversation, when you get done with that conversation, you're charged up, you feel like you can do anything, you're
Mhm.
motivated. So the motivation was one aspect of it, but I
Okay.
do think on a subconscious level and on a spiritual level, just take, not to go into like a weird spooky kind of a place, but I
Mhm.
think that on a spiritual level, I think that connecting with the daemon did help strengthen my clairs, because it was something that was a portion of my will. You
Right.
know, I wanted to be a good reader. I wanted to
Right.
be a good diviner. I wanted to be able to, you know, help myself and help people, not just, you know, not just like for money or anything like that, but I wanted to be an oracle. I wanted to
Right.
be able to be a channel to say, all right, I'm not being depleted by this. I am being able to funnel this, and I'm going to tell you the real of what it is, and then that's just it. But you got to get strong. You can't just do that. Some people have
Right.
that natural affinity, but if you have the natural affinity working with the daemon, because you're constantly flexing that muscle, you're building it
Mhm.
up. So absolutely, you know, I think it definitely
Right.
has helped me with every aspect of my spiritual work.
Yeah, I find that too, and I tell people, if you want to strengthen, say your skills to be a spiritual reader, whatever system you use, whether it's tarot cards, runes, stones, it definitely can if you focus on that. If you create work, or if you're working with your daemon, and one of those, obviously it serves multiple functions, but if
Hmm.
you are trying to do that, I always suggest that. Um, Now, I again, I want you to share your experience with it. I notice as the personal daemon gets ingrained within the very essence of who you are, do you find even when you're not ritualizing it, say, or not just doing your daily addressing it or invocation, I've found out just that inner voice becomes stronger in just all facets of life. It could just be mundane shit. You could be at
Right.
work running your business, out and about. Do you feel like, which some people call it that inner being, that inner voice? Women sometimes call it that women's intuition. Do you
Hmm.
feel like just overall, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it has enhanced your intuition, that inner voice, that communication? I find I'm having more conversations with myself. Um,
Yep.
what would
Yep.
you say in regards to that? Are you experiencing that?
Yeah, and I think that the beginnings of that was because my life needed readjustment. So I
Mhm.
went into it with the will to be led in the direction that I needed to go, and I wanted to be true to my past. So I made a pact with
Ah,
my daemon. I made a pact with my daemon. I'm like, all right, so it's you and me. And
mhm.
whatever I need to do, or wherever I need to go, or wherever I need to be, is where I want to be led. And this is me telling my higher self this, and my higher self answering back, okay, you know, this is what's up. So when I would start to have a situation form that wasn't in alignment with my will, it doesn't matter
Okay,
what your will is.
right,
It's your testament of your will that is going to be the information that's fed to the daemon, period. So
right,
if your will is a bunch of baloney, you will be led through a bunch of baloney. Like, you know what I
right.
mean? Like it's just what it is. That's the mechanics of, you know, the this aspect of the psyche. So
Mhm.
when I was needing to be put into different situations, when it was things that I didn't need to be doing, or people that I didn't need to be around, or habits that I needed to break, or things that I need to do to make myself better, the reason I know that is because down the road I'll be like, okay. You know, that was the daemon that led me through. That was the strength of my will and the testament and the pact that I made. My higher self is now telling me that this is not correct. So that voice gets stronger. Yes, it does. And
Yeah.
that voice can tell you, you know, and I'm not trying to sit up here and say like this is not Harry Potter. Like I'm not like
No, no,
walking
no,
and
no.
hearing
I got
things out of the
you.
sky. You know what I mean? I'm
Right, right,
hearing
right.
like, you know what I mean? I'm hearing my internal voice, my internal power is coming through, and that is
Right.
intuition. But it would say it everything, and people that know me like physically will tell you that I have a very and you can probably give me the technical term to this, but
Mhm.
I have a very chaotic energy when it comes to situations and things that I'm not supposed. So basically, if I'm not supposed, okay, I'm not supposed to go this place. My car will not start. I will not be able to figure out anything. My car will not start. My car been working fine. Everything is fine. The person will not be responsive. The road will be closed. There will be something on the radio that's telling me, and it's not just about like premonitions and all of these spooky things.
Sure.
It's the daemon. it's the energy that you're putting out. So if you're generating a ton of energy, like think about that, you know, like you are, you're taking care of yourself, you're meditating, you're doing your practice, you're reading, you're researching, you're keeping yourself up, you know, you're not going down, you're not depressed and all of that. So you're generating a ton of energy, right? So you're just this big ball of energy. You are expelling all of that. So your environment is responding. So if I'm in a pact with my higher self and I do something that's adverse to that, everything around me is going to be affected.
That's correct.
That is just how it is. And that's
correct.
yes, you're right about that. Like
And
you have
what
to
is
be
your
careful.
astrological again? I forgot.
Oh, I am a Virgo, Leo, Scorpio. So there it
Okay.
is.
Well, I knew Scorpio had to be in there somehow. Now, is it Scorpio more on the cusp of Libra, or is it true in the heart of Scorpio? That
I
part,
am
or
deep in Scorpio,
okay.
deep in Scorpio.
So when you're deep in Scorpio, I'm saying that because of what you just described. Like if something's
Yeah.
supposed to happen, the car won't start, etc. Scorpios tend to be a magnet for chaotic energies on all levels. So that's why now
Yeah.
Libra, if you're the cusp of Libra, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it's great that you get that awareness, right? Like you said, you know, and
Right.
I'm glad you broke it down in that. So what we're hearing is, again, even if we go back to some of the, you know, more maybe uh, uh, lesser or modern day terms that people are familiar when we used the term earlier, the holy guardian angel, and in that word, there's guidance, right?
Right.
And I feel that that's what the holy guardian angel or the personal daemon does. It gives you,
Right.
I even love the term higher or genius self, like you mentioned in
Right.
the beginning of the show.
Mhm.
If you go back into the Kemetic or you know, in the Necromanian book, it goes through it heavy. The Agatho daemon, which is just the same thing. It's not nothing different.
Right.
The genius self, right? Um, that's a term because in essence, we're getting that information or those communications, you know, that we need. Now, you said you made a pact. Um, you know, I'm not, don't get into detail what you did.
Mhm.
But what I would like you to explain in that pact or agreement, do you feel that the pact, and again, not that this is necessary for anybody to listen, but obviously you took it to the next level. Did you see even a greater change as you started to work with it after the pact, or did it just overall increase your improvement on, or anything in regards to that you can share indirectly? We don't, you know, obviously we don't want to share anything personal.
Well, I think that it did develop my process more. And the reason why is because if you define it's all about it's all in the definition of the word. What does a word mean to you? Because you can say pact and a person can say, "Oh, we shake hands," and then the next week they're breaking this thing. They don't care, you know, whatever.
Right.
You know, it's just it's all in the definition. So to me, learning about demonology and in that aspect of pact making and things like that is where I was coming along when I started to say, okay, well, in order to strengthen this, because I wanted results, I wanted results.
Mhm.
That was the reason why I did it. It wasn't because I, you know, felt like it was a necessity, any other reason than that, because you're
Right.
working with your internal energy. You don't have
Right.
to beg your daemon to do anything. You just have
Correct.
to develop it. You know,
Right.
it's going to be nothing in the beginning, just like your muscles. If you go to the gym, you got little shrimpy arms, you have nothing. So, you know, you have to develop it. So, working with the daemon, I'm like, okay, so I'm learning what a pact is in demonology.
Okay.
I learned what a pact is, pact making. And a pact, in my opinion, has a lot to do with the psychodrama. It has a lot to do with your code as a person, as a person. You know, we're going to
Mhm.
strip it down to just the
Mhm.
mundane stuff and say your code as a human being. Like, do you keep your word?
Correct.
You keep your word. Like, are you truthful? Are you telling the truth? What are you going to do?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
you have your code and the psychodrama that's there. So the pact did enhance my connection because I made it a thing. You know, I got the paper and the nice pen and drew all kinds of, you know, bodily fluid that we won't say on YouTube because we don't want to mess it up, you know, and
Exactly.
all
Yep.
kinds of things.
Nice.
And it became this thing that was this beautiful piece of something that I created because I was devoting myself to myself. Like, all right, I'm devoted to myself at this point. And I have that thing on my board in there that says show up for yourself, show up for yourself. And that's the essence of what that pact did. It tricked me, you know, like, it doesn't always have to be aesthetic. It doesn't always have to be this
Sure.
long drawn out, you know, ritualistic thing, but I'm making a pact with myself. I'm going to shed some red liquid, and I'm going to write a beautiful sonnet to myself
Sure.
and have this thing. So it changed the trajectory of me working with that, because I have an issue with, you know, solidifying things that don't mean anything. If something doesn't mean anything to me,
Get
it's
rid of it.
completely gone.
That's
Like,
right.
I don't even remember anything. If it doesn't have any like grounding or rooting, or if it doesn't like feed my soul or make any sense to me,
Man.
it's totally gone. I don't remember. So that's why I had to do it like that, you know. So
Right.
it helped.
I'm glad you shared that, because we were talking about that and the other night on YouTube. I kept telling people, one of the things you come to the awareness on this path, I don't care if it's person, places, things, and something like you just talked about would fall into that last category. Step one, and definitely your personal daemon makes you aware. Anything that is not productive for you, or you're wasting
Right.
your time, you just got to get rid of it. There's no,
Yeah.
and that includes spiritual systems. Unfortunately, people are hanging on to shit that's pointless. And I keep
Oh,
telling
yeah.
people that, yeah,
Yeah.
we can't do that. You know, so
It
I'm
drained
glad
your
you.
energy.
Yes, it definitely drains your energy. All right. Again, we're talking to the Cosmic Serpent. If you joined in late, I put in her information where to reach her. It's the Cosmic Serpent on Instagram is the best way to reach her. So if you're interested in contacting her for any of her services, or just reaching out to her for anything about the path, no psychos, please. No, I'm just kidding. Reach out to
Please
her.
no.
Keep typing in your comments and your questions. I know people have put some in already. Keep them coming. Keep them there. This way, when we get to that portion, I will get to it. Just be patient, but it's always good to just start doing that now. So when we get to it, we'll have those questions and we'll forward it over to them. A couple more things I want to touch on. So having said all that, and I'm glad you shared the pack thing. I'm glad you shared how it did bring a change, and I agree. So I had two. Well, let me get to the first one. Now, I know we mentioned a little bit earlier in the Black Ship about the ancestors. Now, I've always said one way I teach people is the foundational pillars of this path is shadow work, demonic integration work, and ancestral work. Not so much in any order, as long as you start there, right? Yes, it is my opinion, but I can tell you, if you really start there, you'll see a difference in results. I say that to say, any connection with, has your personal daemon uncovered more about your spiritual bloodline ancestors? Has it strengthened the connection in any shape, form, or fashion? Do you connect the two at all, or not really?
I will say that is an aspect that I am still developing. And the
Okay.
reason I say that, you know, I'm not going to put any more sauce on it than there already is.
Right.
And, you know, it's an aspect that I'm still developing. And I will be completely honest, it is a very, what is the word I'm looking for? Layered situation. I get lots and lots and lots of messages, lots and lots of inklings, and I do readings, and I sometimes they don't make any sense. And then sometimes I have a really, really strong invocation, and I have a really, really strong dream, and it'll have to do with something that's aquatic, and these beautiful aquatic beings and all of this stuff, you know, and I get all of this familiarity. And then the next night it's this draconic thing, and it's like so it's kind of a convoluted pool of information at this point. So
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a master, or I
No,
pinned that down yet at
no,
all.
that's yeah.
I want to learn.
No, and I bring it up. That's great. You know, it's funny because on this path, some people, it depends on who you talk to. Some people struggle in that area or don't have no
Yeah.
connection. Uh, and again, everybody's different. I asked that because again, I would refer people to also again to go back to the Black Ship book, because the
Hmm.
Black Ship book, this is just my opinion. This is not anything written in stone. It's not mandatory. It's no written law. I do think, and it's going to be a difference of opinion in certain circles, I do think connecting with your ancestors from an occult perspective is important for your growth. Now, I was more talking from a demonic. I know, I'm sure on the regular, you probably do your regular ancestral work, which yeah. But I've found that if you do connect the two, it does enhance that relationship even stronger. So just something I wanted to put out there. Now, the other question I had for you is, now I know, for example, my personal daemon sometimes they will reveal to you personal sigils that unlock certain things on a personal level. So have you received any sigils or any, I mean, again, and then you can share in a non-direct way, anything like that have enhanced your connection, personal signs? Sometimes they might reveal a certain way to connect. Anything like that stands out to you that you can share in a non-direct way?
Yes. So that is an aspect of why the serpent is so important to me. So it got to a point where I knew that that was an aspect of my being. I mean, I've explained ad nauseum what the cosmic serpent means. So
Ah,
there is a technical meaning to that word that I got
explain it
from.
again for those that didn't hear it. Go ahead. No, no, serious.
So so it has a lot to do with the creation myths. It has a lot to do with feminine. It has a lot to do with feminine association with creation, and it has a lot to do with kundalini energy, the empowerment of the self, and the empowerment of the creation of the universe through a serpent presence.
Right.
So the aspects of the serpent, the serpent is always shedding, changing. It is a symbol of creativity. It's a symbol of creation. It's a symbol of feminine energy.
Okay.
So the aspect of it being cosmic is in essence the mirror to the Tiamat
Mhm.
energy.
Okay.
The primordial first mother energy. So that's how I kind of see myself in my grandiose demonic form, and that's where it came from. So that is one of the reasons why the serpent comes through to me, and I know that is, I mean, I hope people don't think I sound crazy when I say
No,
when I
no,
say
no.
that, but
Believe me, there's
you know
nothing
what I
on this
mean.
show that sounds crazy. We talk about some crazy shit here, so don't worry about it. Go ahead.
But like a part of my a part of my lineage, a part of my history of who I am, where I come from.
Sure.
I'm connected so deeply to that aspect of symbolism
Hmm.
that it has driven my practice. My
Right.
if somebody could boil my practice, like in the ascended mason processes of the draconian meditations. You have
Okay.
all the different, the basic symbols. If
Hmm.
somebody could boil my practice down to a basic symbol, it would be an ascending serpent. That is
Got it.
it. So that is one thing that I have gotten from my daemon, that I think that has like influenced my physical life, my practice, everything. But as far as a sigil goes, that has changed.
Mm.
It has been something that I've developed on my own, for invocation purposes. But what I see in my manifestations and in my visualizations, it changes. So my
Right.
demonic sigil might be this day, and it might be something else 2 years from now, depending on where I am in my psyche and my progress. So it
Right.
changes.
Good. I'm gonna shift it for a second to something else. It's connected, but real quick, want to give a shout out, brother Taja. Let everybody know we're back next Friday, streaming live on Facebook and Instagram. The Hip Hop Occult Show. We'll have a few guests on, running through some music. So I just want to put that out there for everybody. Brother Taja puts the format together. So shout out to brother Taja. So we'll be doing that next Friday night. Uh, So again, let's talk about the kundalini first because of the way you broke down what your name means. Let's talk a little bit about that kundalini work, working with the serpent. Share, chakra work obviously is connected to that. So share the importance, and again, this is connected. Share the importance of doing chakra work, and if there's anything maybe you want to share with that. And I always say working with kundalini is not always pleasant because I hear a lot of bullshit out there. Everybody always talks about this divine bliss, and yes, that does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't, but when you're trying to fix yourself and there's shit wrong, I don't really hear. So long story short, is there anything maybe, because if you took that name, obviously the serpent energy and everything you described is vital, obviously to you. So what's your areas of work in that, or anything you might want to share with people, the importance of maybe they need to know as far as the kundalini and the chakras that we can share? I just want to shift to that real quick, and then we'll go back. So I don't know if there's anything you could, you might want to share with people in regards to that.
I think the importance of it for me, and it might help someone that doesn't understand the importance or doesn't have any grounding, is the fact that no matter what anybody tells you, no matter what anybody says, you are in a physical body. So you have a physical presence. So you have to manipulate your energy in a way that's going to be tangible for your cells to match up to your brain, to match up to your heart, everything. So you know how if I tell you, oh man, Baniti, it's cold out here, and you say, oh man, yeah, you know why you can empathize with me is because you felt cold before.
Correct.
Physically, if you'd never physically felt anything in your body that was like cold, then you could not understand what I'm saying. And that's where the confusion comes in. People say, oh, the chakra work isn't important, the kundalini work isn't important. It needs you have to have some sort of a physical power in order to be able to have a spiritual opening. There is no crown connection without a physical charge. You have to have something that connects you to your physicality in order. So kundalini is so much, but it is, in my opinion, the bridge between the physical and the spiritual and the body in a way. So when you're working that path, and you need to get to the point where you say that I want to change myself. I want to change my life. I want to do something with this spirituality. I don't want to be an armchair magician. I don't want to sit on these books, know what I mean? And sit on all this knowledge. Okay, so what do? You can meditate 1,000,000 days in a row. And if this is the thing, and I wanted to say this out loud on someone's channel who will understand what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
But you can have all of these beautiful mental revelations, and you can share all of them. You can have a space where you share. You went to Jupiter last night. You went to Mars last night. You did all of these beautiful things in your mind, and you don't have any tangible. There's nothing. Your life isn't changing. Your situations are getting grimmer, darker, and you don't have anything to show for it. You're still sad. You're still stuck. It's because the physicality hasn't matched up with what your mental acrobatics are doing. So you can be the smartest guy in the room, but if you haven't put pen to paper, which is kundalini and chakra work in the body, then you're not going to have anything, because we're talking about energetic output. So if I didn't move the energy through my body, like one of my very, very good friends, and he works with demonic energy like a boss, and he taught me about moving demonic energy around the body to heal the body, moving it up and down, all of these tangible things. So without going into it too deeply, kundalini and chakra work is imperative, because you're merging the two sides of yourself. You know what I mean? The spiritual with the physical.
And the reason why I brought it up, and I said it was going to shift back to the demonic integration, I find that when you really are linked into the daemon on a spiritual level, a mental level, and there's an emotional aspect to it, and there could be physical effects depending on what you're doing. it will make you aware if, now, again, want to clarify this. I'm in total disagreement with people. There's no such thing as your chakras being completely closed. That's bullshit.
Oh,
They can be
you would be
blocked.
dead.
Yeah,
You
well,
would be-
exactly. Well, but there's people, without saying any names, there's people out there who actually teach that bullshit. They can be blocked or obstructed. Don't get me wrong. That I have no problem with that. But completely closed, no, that's just foolishness. But I find the personal daemon, for an example, if there's any dis-ease, now we hear the word disease, right? But
Yes.
dis-ease, if you break the
Yes.
word down, dis-ease, when there's spiritual dis-ease or physical disease, I've found when you're really linked into your personal daemon on a spiritual aspect, when you really have that communication, it will let you know, and it'll
Oh,
let
yeah.
you know what chakra is aligned to it. It could
Right.
be maybe certain parts of your body or organs are out of whack. Maybe you're dealing with a bipolarism, or you're going through moods of depression. And as I said before, I always say this: you don't need to be clinically depressed to go through moments or bouts of depression.
Right.
People have that
Yeah.
fucked up.
Yeah.
Your personal daemon will know, and it'll communicate to you, look, the root chakra's fucked up. Your throat chakra is fucking your creativity and your expression up.
Yeah.
I find it's connected, the kundalini energy, the chakra energy, because that's a vital functioning, of our spiritual powers, if we
Right.
really understand. And that's why I was saying a few minutes ago, yeah, kundalini energy is not always pleasant. This shit can be very
No.
painful. It
Right.
can be, it can be very sad. It can bring up a
Right.
bunch of shit. And then the flip side, don't get me wrong, there's bliss, there's overwhelming, joy, all of that, but it's all of those things. It's not one of those
Right.
things, right?
Exactly. It's like it's the battery that we need to be able to, function in a way spiritually. So, without saying any, and I'm not going to get into it because, we want to be candid on this app in a way, but
Exactly.
my connection to my personal daemon got me through that whole pandemic nonsense.
Yeah.
It got me through
Yeah.
all of that because I'm not going to talk about my views or anything like that because that's nobody's beeswax, but like it did get me through, like knowing my body and knowing what was going on and knowing what was going on with other people and who I needed to do and what, this and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
It tells you, it keeps you safe. It really,
Yep.
really does. It keeps you safe in a way, spiritually and physically, because you are in alignment. It's your will. If you love yourself, self-love, self-love, and self
Or
power, self power, and like knowing that your personal power, I learned that from one of your lectures. Personal power is the heart of the daemon. So you are being led to your will. If you have no self-love, if you
yeah.
have no personal power, then you're going to be led to places and people and things that are going to hurt you. That's it.
And something you just said on self-love, something that my personal daemon, the ritual, and it's not really a ritual, it's an exercise I want to share with everybody. You just said for self-love, I've mentioned it. Let me do real fast. We have to do that on the inside and the outside. And there's a little exercise I give to people, and I would suggest, if you haven't done it, to do it and watch the influx of emotions and what you experience when you do it. Right? I tell people, just get completely butt naked and stand in front of a mirror and study yourself from head to toe and look at yourself, because we don't tell. I know that I don't want to sound fucking corny, and I don't want to sound like one of those motivational speakers, but
Oh, yeah.
a lot of our fucked upness and a lot of our psychological trauma comes from, we don't really love ourselves. I hate to say
Yes.
this, but
Yeah.
when you do this exercise, look at your hair, your eyes, your nose, your lips, and say, I love my hair. I
Right.
love my nose. I love
Yeah.
my lips. I love
Yeah.
my titties. I love my breasts. I love my ass. I love my
Exactly.
penis. I love my feet. I love my
Mhm.
ass. Why I'm saying to do that psychologically, a lot of us have been indoctrinated to want to look and be like somebody else. So
Yeah.
there's been a lot of self hate ingrained in us on an unconscious level, I'm talking
Right.
about. And
Yeah.
it's tougher for women, because I think women have it tougher because they're dealing with all of this now, the Botox and the fake ass and the fake, you guys are
Mhm.
dealing with a bunch more shit. But my thing is, say to yourself, right? One thing is, look, regardless if you don't have the nose, the lips, or the body part that you strive, that's yours. That's what makes you unique, and embrace that shit,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
That self-love exercise came from a meditation with my personal daemon, because that's
Right.
one thing my personal daemon taught me. You're who you are because that's who you are. You
Right.
can't be anybody else and they can't be you. That's
And
what makes you unique.
that's so true. And you see how practical and like heartfelt stuff like that is? That's how I know it's my daemon talking to me. You know what I
Right.
mean? When things like that come through, that's how I know it's my daemon, my higher self that wants the best for me, that is the intelligent part of me, not the part that has the masks, that has all of the shit that's on top of it that comes from media and all of da 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 da. It is the trueness, you know. So that
Mhm.
is that you're so right. Like and the self-love aspect of the connection with the daemon is important because you're not going to take it back to a spiritual aspect.
Right.
If you are playing yourself with communicating with your daemon or communicating with these deities and you know it, that is an aspect of self-love, because
That's
we
correct.
believe ourselves. We have to believe what we're going through. We have to be committed to ourselves. We have to be committed, and you can't be committed or understand yourself or really give yourself the support that you need without loving yourself. You can't. You
That's
really you just
100%.
can't.
100% facts. Now, I want to back up to something you just said a couple of minutes ago when we were in the midst of the real hardcore part of the pandemic when things were shut down. We know a lot of people were dealing with a lot of shit at that time. But what
Mhm.
I found out, people who weren't rooted in the personal daemon or their higher self struggled to be by themselves, right?
Oh yeah.
It,
Oh
it,
yeah.
it's just, and one thing I find out for people who live scarred lives, it's usually people maybe who jump from abusive relationship to one from another. Could be male or female. It's not limited to either or. I think the pandemic scared the shit out of a lot of people because, and to some
Mhm.
of us, it was different because we were like, oh, I got more study time. I can do work. I can do.
Oh yeah.
It was a different approach. So I bring that up because you brought the period of the pandemic when we were in the heart of it a couple of years ago. What did you learn? I know a lot of people got a lot of hidden gnosis from that time period. So since we're talking about this, how did you grow, or what did you learn in that period as you learned to understand yourself more, as you said, and to be by yourself, right? I think people
Mm,
struggle with being by themselves. It's fucking scary to them. But if there's anything
yeah.
you can elaborate on that.
I flourished, and I'm not tooting my own horn. I kind of am, and I'm not smearing anything on anybody that
No,
struggled
sure.
or lost or anything. But I personally, if you want, I flourished. I flourished. And it wasn't because I was just by myself. I was an essential worker for a long time. So I
Mm,
had to go. They
right.
even gave me a ticket, like a card that I had to carry in my
I
glove
remember that.
compartment because I was,
You got pulled over.
I
Yep.
didn't stay. I wasn't staying home. I got to work. So,
Right.
it was like I had the ticket in my glove compartment to say if the cops stopped me because it was such a, heavy quarantine at the place that I was living,
Hmm.
then, I had to show them. So there was
Sure.
nobody on the road, there's nothing happening. And it was I flourished because I was able to use my discernment to my benefit. And the reason I say that is because I'm not going to sit up here and, I'm not, like I said, smearing anybody that anything happened to you, but I was absolutely fine. I
Yep.
was not ill. I was not sad. I was not
I,
hospitalized. I didn't lose people. Nothing. I flourished, and I changed my entire setup during that time. COVID
mhm.
time was, I know you and I have talked about this issue, but like COVID time is when I moved, I changed everything. I changed all of these beautiful things, and
Mm,
it like put me, it like brought me up, and like COVID time was my level up. Do you know what I
yep.
mean? Like it
Yep.
changed everything about me. So like, yeah, I know that my daemon had my back during that time because I was so happy to be in isolation because I'm always in isolation. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't do much anyway, but it was a beautiful thing because the energy of isolation was building,
Hmm.
and you could tell that people were doing either really, really well or really, really crappy.
Right.
You could
And
tell.
and
You know?
no, you 100%. And it's funny. It's not funny. And I want to be careful how I say this.
Right,
Look, I don't wish for anything COVID, regardless, we're not going to get into the politics and the
right,
semantics. Regardless if you think it's fake, man-made, there was something out there, and there is something
right,
out there. I believe it's self-created, but I don't want to get into all that shit right now.
right.
But one thing I learned in that period, right? I don't wish that death and all that. It was a strong period for me. I think it put people in check, and I
Yeah.
fed off of all the fear that
Oh
was
my
in the
gosh.
atmosphere.
Yes.
The
Oh,
ritual work I was able to accomplish by tapping in, because that fear has so much adrenaline in it. And the greatest thing, fear is one of the number one killers that can really break a person down. But there was so much of that in the atmosphere, it
so
neutralized
much.
people.
So much.
And we looked at it, and look, again, I don't wish that on anybody. I'm not saying I want to go back to that. I just want to be clear. But what I'm saying is we have to learn as magicians, what when they put that energy out there, it's our job. If we're magicians and we know how to manipulate energy, we can take fear, tragedy, sadness, joy, happiness,
Yes.
anger,
Yes.
rage, and we have the ability to tap into all that for whatever purpose we see fit. So I think
Absolutely.
it's scared the shit out of a lot of people. I know some people on this path, they thought they were strong, and some of them never really came back from it. I hate to say that. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
wish that.
true. That's
So
true. No, that's true. And the one thing that I did in my energetic kind of a transmuting way, I fed off of the fact that I was walking around and people could smell that I wasn't afraid. It was a
mm,
different type of look. You know, you're a magician, you're an occultist. People gonna
right,
look at you crazy wherever you go, you know, not just because of
correct,
what you're wearing or your jewelry. It's just your energy, you
correct.
know, they don't understand. But when that was going on, people were looking and like you could tell you could and I had to sit with it and I'm like, what is going on? Like, do I have two heads? Like, what is happening? And I'm like, it's not that I have two heads, is that I'm not emitting this 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 thick scent of fear that
That's right.
everybody else around me is like pushing out of their pores, and
Hmm.
everybody that is doing it is like looking at me like an anomaly. But the reason
Hmm.
why I knew is because I could see other people. I
Yep.
could see other people that weren't afraid. And I'm like, oh, so this is what we look like. Oh, okay, no
Yeah.
problem. You know,
Yeah.
so you're right. I used all of that energy, that the attention. And then people wanted to congratulate me because I was an essential worker. They're like,
Mhm.
oh, you worked through the pandemic. I'm like, I drove DoorDash for fun because it was so much free money. I
Yeah.
literally drove DoorDash for fun. I was racking up. I would never do it unless it was like that much money that I was getting, but it was
Because of
fun.
what was going on at that time,
It was
sure.
fun. Absolutely, it was fun. I was the only person on the road blasting the music, having a good time, and I racked up and yeah, so we did
Yeah.
use that energy well. I hope that I don't ever want to go back to that because I don't necessarily
Oh, sure.
it was just too much, but you're right. We did use that
Sure.
energy well.
Okay, so something else I want to throw at you, and soon we'll go to the chat. We'll get you some questions over. You talked about earlier a consistent practice that you have, or a daily practice with your personal daemon. Uh, Talk or share with people across the board, because I'm big on consistency,
Yes,
basically across the board in anything you do, anything in life. Because obviously, without being consistent in your practice, you're not going to get anything accomplished.
right.
So, can you share what your daily or consistent practice? I mean, not the actual practice itself, but just a general outline. Is it something you do in the morning? Is it a meditation? Like, what consistent practice outside of designed ritual work that you do on a daily, weekly, or a consistent basis? If you could share that, maybe give people
Yes.
suggestions if they're looking for something.
I think that the if I could give a suggestion, it would be to do something every day, no matter what. No matter what. If you're sick, if you're just dying, if you're laying there, if you don't feel like it, if you this or that, just do something because you're showing up for yourself. Like that consistency doesn't necessarily have to look the same every day, depending on your life situation. I have my girls on here that are moms. You know what I mean? These people they got 10,000 jobs. They've got, all these things. And it's like, if you do something every day, you won't feel like you've let yourself down. But the way that my practice has developed, because I am a person that works, I'm a person that works a lot. And the way that my practice has developed is that I make it a priority, but it doesn't necessarily have to be something that I'm doing tangibly if I'm sitting. So in the morning, I have a spot in my bedroom that has a talisman. It changes as I change. Right now it is and I can be open about this, so it's something that I feel comfortable with.
Entirely up to you. Entirely up to you.
So it changes, but it might help someone. I ordered a bunch of butterflies, real dried butterflies online. And to me, demonic integration is transformation. So I got a real butterfly. I got my beautiful little demonic altar there. It's very small. It's like this big. And every morning I just acknowledge it. And if I don't get to my altar, then I'm doing it. But I have a ritual that I do in my mind. So if you want to develop this, the best thing to do is to start to develop your astral altar and to be able to go there, or to have a place, or to have some sort of a grounded place that you do. Just as long as it's the same thing, then it'll get stronger and stronger. So you have an invocation that you can write, something that you've written, something that you have created that is and if you don't know how to write invocations, or if you don't feel comfortable, there's a really good one in the Black Ship. We keep talking about this book, but there's a really good one there. So you can do that. That is your personal invocation. So you do your invocation, you sit with that. Then at night, you address your daemon again before you go to sleep. Whatever type of work you're doing, you can address the daemon again before you go to sleep. Throughout the day, if you have a stop, drop, and meditate kind of moment, if you need to check in with yourself, you can do that. But my demonic integration work on a daily basis is then in the morning and at night, and I don't have to be touching anything. No candles, not necessary. Nothing is necessary.
Gotcha. I'm glad you shared that, because I not just with demonic integration work, but we're talking about that tonight. I tell people a simple acknowledgement. It could just be a thought. Like you said, it doesn't have to be tangibles involved, altar work, candles, and the whole nine. You could be just laying flat on your back in your bed, close your eyes, a simple acknowledgement, like a meditation, an invocation. I tell people always think they got to do something full-blown extravagant to get some results. But what you said is very important, because when you start to do those things, they may appear to be simplistic on the surface, but when you build that strength of that consistency up, like you say, you start to see the results, the changes in your life. And I'm very big, and I always give strong suggestions to people to develop daily practices across the board as a whole. And I've explained this several times in YouTube videos. I do similar in the morning with all my altars. I have a whole process where it's just a few minutes. It's not, I'm there for an hour and I'm meditating and I got to tap into the stars. No, it's a simple acknowledgement through meditation, simple invocations. And then I'm big on doing it in the morning. And like you said, I don't ever believe you should close your day without analyzing your day and reflect on it. What went good today? What went bad today? What do I need to improve on tomorrow? And then connecting with your daemon, deities, matriarchal or patriarchal spirits. Because I think what you do is you set the tone for the day when you do it in the morning, and then you prep it for the evening going into the next day. See, this type of behavior is when you're living this. See, I say this is a culture and a way of life. We live this. See, that's the difference between somebody that lives, eats, breathes, and shits this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as opposed to somebody who gets behind the keyboard anytime they get on one of these platforms and they play
Right. And I think that once you develop something that you are comfortable doing every day, we were just talking about this, once you're developing something that you're doing every day, then you start to get the feeling like this confidence comes over you, like and it sounds cliche, but it's like, man, I'm a magical motherfucker. Like I'm a
Yeah.
magical person. Like everything I do is magic. I
Yep.
don't have to wait for my manifestations. I know what's in between the fabric of what we're doing. I know how to bring something in. I don't have to beg anybody for anything. It's all about showing up for yourself, because the
Right.
more you do something, especially if you have had a problem with consistency, which I
Mm-hmm.
had bad,
Mm-hmm.
bad, bad, because I can't even, like I said, when things don't matter to me, they're gone. I'm literally talking about like stuff like my keys and stuff. Like seriously, like this is not important at this moment. You know what I mean? I have this. My brain is dominant feminine, and when I tell you, I'm not saying that in a demeaning way, but I'm saying that in a very honest way. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I had to get something that was grounded and it was rooted and it was masculine in a way. Consistency is a
Mm-hmm.
masculine trait. It is a masculine trait that we need to kind of incorporate. But what it's all boiling down to is showing up for yourself. It's not about proving anything to anybody. It's the fact that the more
Right.
you do it, the more you feel like you can support yourself and you trust yourself. And then that's what makes you powerful. And then
Mm-hmm.
of course demonic energy builds up. So I thought, so doing invocations, not necessarily just to my personal daemon every day, but any spirits that
Right.
I was working with. Like you say, you're addressing your altar in the morning. If you're working with something currently, I have altars that are set up for different deities that interchange. Some of them never move, but the
Right.
ones that stay there, I address them, do this thing. So that builds up demonic energy in your temple space, and
Right.
it will help to make your ritual workings when you sit down to do something more powerful,
Right.
because you've been working it. So you're absolutely
Right.
right.
Correct. So, this is another important thing. Now, this is the personal daemon at work. Your shadow work affects this. It's the overall. It's like the chef taking all the ingredients, putting it in the pot, mixing it up, coming up with the recipe. How would you say overall this with your work? Areas of your life that it's changed overall. How has it led you to make the changes in your life, as far as maybe a couple of things, maybe the circle, certain people you may or may not deal with no more. How has it helped you come to the realization of your goals and what you're trying to accomplish in life? That could be financial, personal, because I know what this path does. It carves a niche out to get you to see where you're trying to go. So, did it make you make changes? Did you come to the realization that what needed to be cut away, as far as person, places, and things? It's not just restricted to people.
Yeah.
Um, Maybe you can share some of that, because I know I'm bringing that up because you said, like you said earlier, that pandemic period was awakening for us. It brought us to the realization of a lot of things, good and bad.
Yeah.
So I bring it up because in regards to that, I mean, and again, in a non-direct way, can you share, maybe you were at one point in your life and you said, no, this got to change. I can't do this shit no more. I know I've hit those points many times. I can't do this shit no more. Maybe it's
Yeah.
just, if you could give us an example, share something like that with us.
Think about the fact that think about the person in your life that always wants the best for you no matter what. The
Mhm.
person that doesn't care about your image, about what you've created as far as a self created thing,
Right.
what has worked for you in the past. Imagine if that person was like stuck to you forever and you could not get rid of them, and you're like, go away, and they won't go away. The
Yeah.
daemon is kind of in that way when you make a pact with it to change your life. So absolutely. The biggest thing that I want, and another thing that I really, really wanted to say on a public platform, is it's not specific to women. It's not specific to anyone. It's specific to people that are spiritual and on this path. If you work with your internal energy, the energy of others will not matter.
That's
It will
correct.
not affect you. It will not hurt you. It will not demean you. It will not make you feel like a victim. It will not make you feel like you need to attack and everything is this and that. When you erase the fact that you need to externalize your energy for any reason, it makes your life so much more focused. So you're focused on yourself, you're focused on what you're doing to support yourself and your journey. So working with the daemon can erase all of that negativity. Some people just have so much negativity and they cover it in this knowledge thing, like, oh, I'm so much smarter than everyone and everyone is stupid because they're not listening to what I'm saying.
What I'm
And
saying, that's right.
and I'm like, what you're doing is you're putting your ego on display and you're showing us your weakness is what you're doing.
That's correct.
You've showed us how weak you really are. So you really have to just, if you want to, and this is not a shot at anybody, this is to help people.
Yeah.
If you want to stop having this pull, you see a post and it pisses you off, you know this person is doing this and this pisses you off, or somebody in your life isn't listening, or your boss isn't doing, and this anger is good when anger is worked with you. I'm not
Correct.
saying that you should never be angry,
Of
but
course
if
not.
but if the outside world is running your life, demonic integration can help you get away from that. And I think that that is important to say, because people always say, don't let those people bother you, or nobody should have anything to say. How? Some people are affected by it. They're like, some people are just affected by it and they can't change. Demonic integration is the way to do it, because you will learn that you are your own deity and nothing else is more powerful than you. So
Yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah.
it's important.
Big time. And here's another thing that I want to share with that. It's, well, to kind of shift it a little bit. One thing too, there's a responsibility with this, because uh, sometimes the personal daemon, in conjunction with your spiritual work with demons, gods, and goddesses, because I know we talked a little bit about that earlier. It does, in my opinion and experience. I can only share my experience, just like you can only share yours. I definitely think it strengthens it. And one thing that can become, and the best way I can describe this, right? There's messages through Samael and through my personal daemon that I've got, and I always hear the term "weep for the world."
Yeah.
It's crazy, because as you develop your higher and your inner spiritual faculties, and it's a blessing and a curse. It's like you can look at people, and not that this is a good or a bad thing. I can kind of see when people are sick and dying. You can look at
Yeah.
people in the eyes and sense like what they're going through,
Mm-hmm.
what they're struggling with, and how they could be torn. And then you could see the vice versa too, the joys. Like, I love to look at happy children. I know it sounds weird,
Yeah.
but when I see children happy, it's such a great feeling, because the
Mm-hmm.
sickness of this fucking place sometimes,
Right.
as
Yeah.
as beautiful and as sick as it is simultaneously, but then on the flip side, there's this rage and anger I can't
Yeah.
control. And this is
Yeah.
something, when I find that children are being abused, it just drives me
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
mad. I can't even.
Yeah.
So I say all that to say, sometimes the personal daemon will really get you to understand your emotions and why you're feeling them. And sometimes I didn't understand the rage, but
Right.
now I understand the rage, right?
Right.
So I bring that up. Have you been able, or as far as self work, or maybe your character, your personality, habits, good and bad, do you think, and that can come through shadow work too, but do you think it's sharpened you in that sense? It's made you a better person in those areas, is what I'm trying to get at.
I think it did, because it made me not be able to run from who I really was.
Okay.
And there are aspects of myself that were hidden because they had to be, in a way, for
Okay.
survival,
Hmm.
for, fitting in, for getting
Sure.
the comforts that I needed, or to do whatever. There were aspects of myself that were hidden. Like,
Hmm.
I have I've always been like a sister of sorts to everyone, you know what I mean?
I got
But
you. I got you.
this thing that I have now, this deep nurturing, like this thing that I just can't shake. I don't have physical children. I don't have kids. But it's like this mother thing in me that I just cannot, like, I have to express it or I will just like explode. That
Gotcha.
is like the daemon coming through to say, no, this is who you really are. And I'm going to strengthen it. I'm going to make it so powerful that you have to do something productive with it. So I started developing inner child healing consultations, and I do those on my site now because
Okay.
everybody talks about shadow work, and shadow work is important, but all of the hard, gritty, grimy stuff is really important, but also some people need inner child healing separate because of what
Correct.
they've been through. You know what I mean? And because of what they've been through, because you can do all of the hard hitting with shadow work. If you don't deal with your inner children, you're spinning your wheels. You're
That's a
spinning your
good point.
wheels. You know what I
Good
mean?
point.
So I was like, what do I do with this nurturing? I can't love on my snake because he could care less if I was alive or not. I don't want to get a puppy because I'm too busy. Like, what do I do with this? You know, I don't have
Hmm.
kids. So I'm like, what do I do with this? I'm like, it has to be something spiritual, of course, because that's my entire life. So I'm like,
Hmm.
it has to be something. So I'm like, all right, I can offer inner child healing from a feminine nurturing mother
That's
perspective.
awesome.
The daemon led me to that. The daemon also led me to the opposite. The daemon led me away from being this person that needed to present herself as always happy, as
Yeah.
always good, as always pleasant, as always somebody's comfort, as always. So I had two aspects of it, you know. And when I got that second aspect, when that demoness aspect kind of bubbled up in me, this was years ago, but when that demoness came out of me, and when I started getting the call and being like, all right, you are an aspect of the divine, but you're an aspect of the demoness, but you are her. Like, this
Mhm.
is real. And it
Right.
doesn't have anything to do with nurturing or loving anybody. It has to do with destruction
Hmm.
and death and these things. So when I got that aspect, it was scary, but that was a daemon giving it to me
Hmm. Sure.
hardcore, because I needed to change.
Yep.
And my spirituality wouldn't have developed if I didn't listen to that, because I would have still been stuck trying to figure out what I was supposed to do instead of embracing it and saying, fuck everything else. This is what I'm supposed to do. You know what I
That's
mean?
right.
Like, I'm supposed to do this right here, and this is my calling, this is my path, I was born with this energy. I did a reading last night, and the girl was like, why do I love the Baphomet? Why do I see this? I'm like, because girl, you are born to do this. Like,
Hmm.
this is, you know what I mean? And this is like who you are. So the daemon
Right.
helps you with that, because it erases anything that's not true. You know,
That's
that's
true.
you. Hmm.
100%. I'm glad you bring up the inner child or inner nurturing work. I don't know if you saw, but I put a book up a couple of weeks ago on the Patreon, and that's
Yes.
tomorrow. We're getting ready to do that. And if it's funny you bring
Yes.
that up, we're getting ready to discuss that type of work in the shadow work class tomorrow
Hmm.
afternoon. It is important because, and I'm
Yes.
glad there are multiple facets to shadow work,
Yeah.
right? Like that work you're talking about complements that. And like I said, you said something earlier that's very important. It's if you keep bringing this stuff up and you're just bringing it up and you're not doing the work repairing it, it's definitely not a good thing if it keeps coming up, because that's a
Right.
message to self that something's not right here.
Right.
I gotta, because shadow work is not about just bringing the same stuff up continuously. The message there is you're not doing the work, and
Hmm.
it's still a problem or a situation in your life that is not resolved.
Right.
And we can't disregard those traumas, especially somebody that, and I always have to bring this up because it's such an impactful thing, and it's almost like 1 out of every 3 people are affected by it. Sexual abuse, right?
Right.
which
Yeah.
is which is it blows me away. I've said this many times before, not because I myself have been a victim of sexual abuse. I haven't, but it's
Mhm.
fucking amazing to me in a bad
Isn't
way.
it? It's so
What
crazy, so
it's,
crazy.
it's
I
bizarre.
I remember being, and this is very personal, but you know, I say this because I want to help somebody. I remember being in college and sitting around a group of people, men and women, and they were telling me about their childhood, and I was like, because I had never been anywhere. You know, I'm just old country girl. I'd never been anywhere. I don't know anybody outside of who I know for my whole entire life. So, you know, I
Mhm.
didn't know. And I'm like, and then as I read things and people come to me for consults, and I'm like, how is it's so common that
It
it
is
blows your mind. It blows your mind. So
crazy.
you can see where the traumatic people have now become our leaders, our teachers, the people that shape this world are hurt children. They really
Correct.
are, you know?
It's correct. And it's crazy. And see, that's the premise of doing this work. You can't help nobody else if you can't help yourself, and yourself isn't
Mhm.
right. I keep telling
Right,
people that. That's why a lot of these, most of us here, I know myself, you, and everybody watching, this is why a lot of us left those previous systems we were in, because it never taught us. It always taught us reverse. It never taught us to do it this way. And that's
right.
why I always say it's an inside journey out, not an outside journey in.
Yeah,
And that's critical for us to understand, because where we start within ourselves, and demonic integration work is one of those aspects of this path that is deep internal work.
yeah.
And you said something earlier. It's not, definitely not easy. It takes consistency, patience. You have to
Mhm.
be fucking patient. Don't be contacting people after you did one ritual. I didn't get none. I hate. Please don't do that shit. I did one thing, it didn't work. That's why.
It's not gonna work, and it wasn't meant to
No.
work, because there's some things that you can do one of and they will work. And the
Yes.
reason why is because it was meant to change you or get you. We're talking about self-initiation and how it's a you know, a never-ending kind of thing. You know, when
Mhm.
you do something, one thing, and it works, and you're like, yeah, that one thing that worked was meant to spark you and
Correct.
whet your appetite to get you to the next thing, because I'm pretty sure that if you do the same thing again, nothing will happen. It was meant to
Correct.
give you that confidence, you know? So
Correct.
you're right about that.
Mhm. I tell people sometimes that's a sign or communication when you're not getting results. You have to
Mhm.
take that as there's more work that needs to be done in
Yeah,
that area. Don't look at it like I didn't get results.
right,
Look at it like, okay, if I did one, two, or three things, maybe this area or whatever I'm trying to address is a lot more stronger than I thought it
right,
was. So I got to
right,
go work harder on it. All right.
right.
I don't know if there's anything else you want to add, or you want to go take some questions in the chat. Is there anything else you want to share before we do that?
I don't have anything else to share. I just appreciate the knowledge always. And
Oh no, no
this
worries.
this session was an a kind of an honoring thing to my daemon, because I haven't really talked about, you know, my process publicly, and I really do want to support myself in that way, because it's
Sure.
something that I am proud of. Like, it's something that I've grown and I've worked with, and I had no connection. It's like I didn't start off with this beautiful thing, and I'm like, so,
Of course.
you know, I had to develop it. It had to, you know,
That's right.
grow. So I do want to say, you know, that that is, and it has given me an insight to what type of thing I need to work on, what I need to work on, because I'm going to need an
Awesome.
ancestor reading.
Awesome. Yeah. No,
Because
no, no.
that's
Well, we
it's
look,
giving
look.
me a heads up.
Yeah, well, no, look, we appreciate it. This is what this forum is for, and like I say,
Hmm.
anytime you come here or anybody comes here, talk about whatever. You
Yeah,
know, you're not forced to talk about anything, and you're not also forced to held back. And we want people to express ourselves, and that's what the forum and the platform is for. So definitely, we greatly appreciate you coming. This is a great
thank you.
topic. I think people need to know about this. And like you said, look, this is not something that happens overnight, people. I keep
Right.
telling people that a lot of us who have been on this path, and we're at the point we're at. And I tell this didn't, for myself or anybody else that's been on it for an extended amount of time. We didn't just go to sleep one night and wake up and we had it all figured out. This took
No.
years of work.
Yeah.
This took time, effort, energy, and most of all, two words we've been focusing on in the Patreon: discipline and consistency. That's the Luciferian approach to a lot of work that we do.
Right.
So you
Yeah.
must be disciplined and you must be consistent. All right.
Hmm.
So let's get some questions over to the Cosmic Serpent. Again, if you joined, obviously you should know what we're doing now. It's the Cosmic Serpent. You could reach her at the dot Cosmic Serpent on Instagram if you need to contact her for any readings, consultations, services, anything she does, or if you want to connect with her about the path. Her Instagram is psychoproof. No, just kidding.
It
We
is
do.
psychoproof. I will
No, we
delete
do.
you.
When you're on this path, you do attract some nutheads. I'm just going to be honest with
Oh,
you.
oh
Everybody
my
here
gosh,
knows
you
that.
they
Come on, we know
and
this.
I'll just put it out there. I will just put it out there, because it's the thing that I get. Because of my energetic positioning, it does not mean that I want to talk about anything having to do with like the Lilith energy
Yes,
24/7.
of
And the
course.
reason why is because at this point it's a bastardization of that energy.
I
That
agree.
energy is what it is, but I'm not here to like co-sign to anything that is like a
Thank you.
part of your psyche that you
Thank
are
you.
like, you know what I mean? I just want to say that
Thank
because
you.
that's it's a hot mess.
No, totally can relate because
Mhm.
I get the I get the emails all the time, and I just hit delete, and that's why I don't
Right.
respond. Yeah,
Just
I was
delete.
doing the Lilith, and first of all, let me just say that, and I'm glad you used the term bastardizing the Lilith energy. I'm
Right.
so sick and fucking tired of everything with Lilith being sexual. Not that it isn't. There's a lot of
Right.
sexual energy connected to Lilith, but I don't hear any growth, any change. I don't hear any awareness, opening of the
Yeah.
psyche. I don't hear any of what she ripped apart and destroyed and what changes. See, when I start hearing that, then I know you're connected to Lilith energy.
Right.
But when it's
Yeah.
I got a 14-karat gold penis and my vagina is I did it with
Yeah.
Lilith and I walk in a room and men drop at my feet, delete. I don't even
Right.
respond to shit
It's
like
so
that.
stupid.
Yeah,
What you're doing is you're utilizing that energy as a conduit. You can look at it as a deific mask of that aspect, but what you're
right.
doing is using that energy to a conduit of something that you need
I
to
agree.
blossom within. Because when I know we talked about this last time and I won't dwell on it, but when I initially started work with Lilith, I was terrified and broken. I wasn't feeling sexual. I didn't
At
want
all.
anything to do with it, not only with sexual,
That's
with
right.
anybody else. I
That's
don't want
correct.
anybody to be around me. It was like
That's correct.
not only do you
It's
because I knew that
intense.
I had a higher calling and I knew that that's an aspect of her, but she
Correct.
is the opener, she is the key, she is the mouth to the clipothic entryway. So you are not just dealing with somebody that is in giving you, your kicks, your jollies. She is not anybody's. She doesn't belong to anybody and she doesn't want to be bound by any type of constraints,
Hmm.
meaning putting a sexual label on her. And I
Correct.
pity the person that wants to go into a working with this energy thinking that they're going to contact her and it's just going to be sexual. She's going to that's
No,
not going to happen. It's
that's
not
only
going to
one.
happen.
Correct. It's one aspect, and you
No.
learn when it comes to Lilith. And contrary to belief, she is not easy to connect with, and she's
Right.
very picky who she decides to establish a relationship with. And there's
Yeah.
different manifestations of Lilith, and people keep
Right.
forgetting that. There's many aspects, just like you have deific masks of Lucifer. My aspect with Lilith is a very vampiric aspect. It
Right.
deals with high
Yeah.
levels of spirituality, exchanging of energies, feeding, and I'm not talking about just physical feeding. And yes, there's sexual aspect to it, but that is just a very small portion of it.
Right.
You said something a minute ago. If you understand the clip-hop tree, she is the one that grabs the initiate and pulls them through the void.
Right.
What that represents is when she sees an individual, her lust is fueled not by sexual energy only, but those who lust for knowledge, wisdom,
Right.
understanding, and growth. When she sees that in an initiate, she pulls them through the void. And when she sees they're ready, then she reaches out because now you're going through a whole nother level of an awakening. And
Right.
if you understand the tree, this is why you have her at the bottom going into that 10th to the 11th clip, and you have Samael facilitating. You have him at the top, her at the bottom. There's a reason
Mhm.
for that,
Right.
right? That's the infernal union. That's that infusion of that masculine and feminine energy. It can't be completed without her. So
Right.
that's why you can't negate the importance she has into almost completing you to giving you that understanding. Because the Baphomet, the science of the Baphomet, we brought that up a minute ago, is about the merging or meshing of the harmony of the divine masculine energies and the divine
Right.
feminine energies. And
Mhm.
that's what that's really all about. It can't be completed without her. So we must, understand the importance. But anyway, without getting sidetracked with that, let's get some questions over to you. Type in your questions, your comments. Now, we can just take them. I don't know if you just want to take them just through the chat. We could bring people in. That's entirely up to you. If you don't want to bring people in, we can just forward the questions over to you. I think it would probably be easier to do that. It's up to you.
Oh, however is best for you, because I'm not sure. I don't want to touch anything over here to mess it up. So I'm just gonna let you decide on what
No,
to
I
do.
won't. You don't have to touch anything. So
Okay.
what I'll do is, all right. So here's what I'll do, but we have to keep order to it. I'm going to put a link in an invite link. If you want to come in with your camera. We want to see who you are. If you don't want to turn on your camera, do not come in. Okay, just want to make that clear. Unless you're a hot fucking mess and we don't want to look at you. But I say that because look, share who you are. We want to put a face to the name. If you're not willing to turn on your camera, do not come in. And if you got roaches or something in your house, keep your camera off.
Not roaches. Oh no.
If you got la cucarachas or
Mm.
ratons, please do not turn your camera on. We don't want to see that shit. No, just joking. But if you want to come in order, keep your sound muted until I come to you. Turn it out. If you don't want to come in, I'll go through the chat and ask questions. So I'm going to copy the link. I only do this once in a while. I don't like to bring too many people in because, and try to keep your question to the point. And please, again, I'm not saying this to be rude. It's to use our time productive. Please don't go into long, drawn out short story where it's for questions, right? I'm not saying you can't share something quick personally, but please, no long personal testimonies and things of that nature. So if you want to come in, I'm going to go ahead and paste the link. It's in the chat. You just click it, you come in. Again, you have to have your camera on. If we can't see you, I'm just going to kick you out of the room. All right. I'm just going to keep it real.
Funny, but it's not funny, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's just no. We want to see who you are. I want to see who I'm talking to. If we can show out that the way I just feel about it is, if we can show our face, you should be able to show your face.
And
now,
that's how I deal with Instagram and all these profiles and stuff like that. Now, if a person wants to like get information from me, or once, if you don't have a profile picture or I haven't seen who you are, like if you're not confident enough to show your face, I know might be for like work reasons or stuff, but like come on, we're past that. Like I've been in corporate for 10 years. I'm on YouTube right now. I'm sure my colleagues have seen this. I don't care. What are they gonna,
well,
know
you're
what I
not
mean?
doing what is it you're doing that's wrong? You're not doing anything that's wrong.
Exactly.
I
So
mean,
that's I totally stand with that too. Like if you can't, be, I mean, if it's something like you're in the closet from like spirituality or whatever, but it has a certain energy on it.
You could just show your face, say hello, cut the camera off, just so we can place a face to name. All right, so the link is in. I just posted it in the chat section. So if you want to come in and ask a question, I'll see you when you come in to enter the studio, and I'll let you in, and we'll go from there. Until then, until I see somebody do that, we're going to go through the questions. So go ahead and put them in the chat if you don't want to come in. So again, I know I didn't do it in the beginning because I got on here a little bit late. Infernal blessings and greetings and hello to everybody that I didn't greet by name. Xander Promio, thanks for saying looking fly as ever. I think I look the same I did last time, but appreciate that. Thank you. Mika, all you guys, Sherry. I know you was in the class last night. Good to see you guys here. So if I missed anybody, infernal blessings to all. Thank you guys for coming out. All right, so we have 42 people in here. Let's see what we got here. All right. I'm looking for questions. Let me scroll down through the chat. I know I saw them. I'm going to the very top, just to be fair for those that were here early. I'm going to the very beginning, so be patient with me. It's only fair to those that were here. Okay, so here's the first question from Yvette G. What is the difference between, this is a good one. You can give your insight, and if you want, I'll add afterwards. If not, we'll see where it goes. What is the difference between the soul and spirit, and can your higher self die on the spirit side? If so, how does it affect the human? Well, some of this is speculative, but I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that. That was the first question that comes up here.
Can you read it again?
All right, so the question was, we'll take it in parts. Let's start with the first part. Let's start with your perspective on this. What is the difference between the soul and the spirit? Let's start with that part first.
Okay.
In your
so in my opinion, the soul is the essence of you that does not die, it does not change. There's nothing that can kill the soul, diminish this. Your soul can be diminished, but there's nothing that can access your soul other than you, your energy. Your soul is an unchangeable kind of like a staple in an energetic sense. The spirit is what can be is more of a mutable aspect of yourself. You know, it can leave, it can be infused and changed and what am I saying, like influenced. You know, it
Yep.
can be something that is manipulated by your work in the mundane world. Your
Hmm.
spirit is something that is malleable. Your soul is not.
Correct. And
Hmm.
yes, I'm just everything you said is right in alignment. I'm just gonna work along with you in this, and I've said something similar to what you just said many times. They're not the same thing.
Right.
That's clear, right? The soul is just like the cosmic serpent said, is the very essence of who you are, and you can't destroy it. If we understand this concept, we all use this term across the board on this path: energy. We hear this energy,
Hmm.
energy, energy. We are beings of energy, right? And energy can never be destroyed, right? If you understand etheric energy or ether, and you understand the etheric realm and the spiritual realm and how vibrational frequencies work, because that's what energy is. When that vibrational frequency is sped up, we go into that etheric or ether state of pure energy. That's a whole nother science. The
Hmm.
spirit is just like you said, it reflects, it's the emanations of the soul. Now, to the second part of her question, I think we kind of answered that with the first part of the question, and I think you answered it. And can your higher self die on the spirit side? No, absolutely not. Totally
I
impossible.
no, I don't think your higher self can die on the spirit side. I think that questions like that are like loaded questions. I think that they have more. Like I think that there's like, is there a circumstance that was like attached to it, or like did you read
Sure.
something that like led you to that? Like because that's a question that is it it can be answered in a generic way to say no, your
Hmm.
higher self cannot die, but
Hmm.
like what aspect of the self are you talking about? You know what I mean? You know
Right.
that needs to die. Is there something that you are getting rid of, or you know what I mean? So death in what
Right.
aspect? Hmm.
So yeah, Yvette, if you're still here, maybe if there's something in addition you want to put. I actually know Yvette very well.
Hmm.
She's out on the West Coast in Cali. But good point. I mean, it's good question. But I
Hmm.
think you hit it on the head, Cosmic Serpent. Right? Usually there's something that sparks. Those are
Hmm.
loaded. I totally agree. But
Yeah.
no, you can't. Yeah, definitely your highest self can't die on the other side, 100%.
Mm-mm.
All right, let's see what else we got in here. Again, I put the link on the bottom if you want to come in. Looks like everybody's scared. Nobody wants to come in. I don't know what's going on with the guys, because I don't do it often, and when I do, a lot of people will usually try to bogart in. But it's there. If you want to come in, don't be afraid. Don't be shy. Click the link. Come on in. I guess we got a lot of people that got roaches and rats and don't want to be seen.
No.
Yeah. All right, let's see what else. All right, question. This is from the Other Side podcast. That's the name he goes by. So, how do you block out? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm clear on this question, but maybe you are. So, how do you block out the image of the energies? I don't know. Maybe we were talking about something earlier. Now, mind you, this question came through at 9:05, so it could have been something we were talking about
Hmm.
at that time. Uh, so, Other Side podcast. Maybe you can give us a little more information on that, because you must be referring to something specific, but the way it's worded is a little vague, and I don't want us to sit here and speculate unless there's something you're picking up on it. But I'm not sure if we were talking about something at that time. Maybe anything
I'm
come to
not
mind?
the image
How do
of
you
the
block out the
energies.
image of the energies? I'm not. That could be leading to a bunch of things. I'm not going to pretend I know, because I don't.
No, I'm not sure what that person means specifically, but I mean,
If
if you're having a problem with like seeing something like energetic that you don't want, you know,
yeah.
then you know that is all in what you're experiencing and like cleansing. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be like physical cleansing. It could be mental stuff. You know, like you
Hmm.
know, you can do a mental spiritual cleanse, or you know,
That's a good
grounding.
point.
I think grounding helps me. Like if I get to a point where it's too much, it's just too much. Sometimes there's a lot. Sometimes there's a lot of messages, a lot of energy, and I'm just like, I
Correct.
need to ground. So you need to ground.
That's
And it's
correct.
not like just saying, oh, sometimes grounding is watching a stupid show and eating something that you're not supposed to be eating and talking on the phone to somebody about something stupid. I was telling my girlfriend the other day, I don't get out much. I live in a very small town. I don't get out much. So my grounding is going to like the little country stores and making small talk with old ladies. That's my grounding. If I see the old ladies, because they're going to talk to me, and I go to the store, Dollar General or whatever, I go to the
There's
store and
nothing wrong with that.
I'm like, so ain't this weather been crazy? And they're like, oh my goodness. We talk
Well,
about eggs, we talk about the price of
that's
milk,
cool.
we talk,
Nothing wrong
yeah,
with that.
but that's my grounding,
That's fine.
so if you have spiritual craziness, just do something that seems, makes you feel better.
That's a good point. So if your question was in alignment with that, and now if we're off base and that's not what you meant, I'll look for a further comment down below. But either way, that was good. All right, so we have somebody that's coming in. Let's bring in El Naga. You are live. What's going on, brother?
What's up, homie?
Hey, actually, matter of fact, why you in here?
Yeah.
The brother's in here about the Santa Muerte statue. So Duma Ken Rez, brother Duma out in DC. That Santa Muerte statue, the Aztec one that you sent me, can you find out for this brother that you see right here on the screen? We're doing some work. He's interested in getting that one because that's a very, if you can put us in the right direction or if you have the ability to get another one, reach out to me, brother. Shoot me out. All right, El Naga, it's on you, brother. What you got for the Cosmic Serpent?
Oh, that was me on the Other Side podcast.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
All right, did we miss the question, brother?
Yeah, I think y'all was talking about the personal demon.
Correct, because your question, you had a question. It was a little bit vague. We just want to make sure we understood it. Your question you had typed, it was early. It was about 9:05, so we're going back almost 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if it was something we were talking about at that time. Your question was, how do you block out the energies? What were you referring to?
Oh, no, like I think she was talking about images.
Okay.
So instead of like, you know how like with religion, when you praying, you get this image in your head. So
I got you.
How did you, I guess, block that out and just focus on the energy, that feeling you were talking about?
I understand what you mean. I think that if that's something that's coming up because you have an influx of energy from some other type of like some type of deity that you're working with or a situation or something like that, if you have that coming up, I think the good thing to do would be to do something for real, something tangible. Like I am doing a ritual to block these energies out, period. Like something physical, because mental work, a lot of times it can just layer on top of itself. If you're having an issue with your mental, like your mental connection or anything like that, then I always say do something in the physical. If you're having a physical problem, do the work in the mental. So something hardcore, like I will just like roll a candle and some iron filings and burn a million candles and say, get out of here, or whatever, something strong, something physical that will really, really help. Because sometimes people say, oh, just get rid of it, or it's just not that easy. Because if you're having a mental problem, how can you solve it if you're still in that situation? That's what I tell people like about shadow work. They're like, oh, my shadow work didn't work. I'm like, well, were you mentally prepared? Because you went in scared, you're still scared, you're not doing any work. So,
Right.
something strong, Mr. Naga, something strong for real. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Any other questions, El Naga?
The other one was I'm trying to identify your personal daemon versus the ones that walk among you. Like, we have several ones that walk among us, and we have our personal one. Is that what you're saying?
Just so I'm clear, just so we have to clear the question. When you're saying your personal daemon, and then are you referring to different demon entities, or okay?
Yeah,
I got you.
like I hear her saying my personal demon.
Right.
Is that the demon you born with, or is that something that chose you?
Ooh, that's a nice question. That's a great question.
Well,
So
go ahead.
what do you think
Oh,
about that, Beniti? Because, like, I mean, I've heard that before. You know, I haven't really gotten into that aspect of like your the physical aspect of a demon that you're born with. I mean, I know that you have your demonic self, but like if you're talking about something that's like a tangible, you know how some people say, because what I'm talking about is a reflection of the easiest way to like explain it is like your holy guardian angel, but it's your higher self. So
Okay.
think about like when you're sitting down in your meditation and you're talking to the crown, the person, the thing that's up here that's connecting you to the ethers, to the sub the you know the collective unconscious where all of your messages are coming through. Like if you put a face on that, that's your daemon. So when I say daemon, I'm not talking about like a demonic entity, but that's very interesting because I've heard people say, "Oh, you're born with you're born with a demon," or like just
Mhm.
depending on like your birthday and things like that. See, I haven't gotten into that, but that's kind of like the difference. It's more of a psychological process than something that's external or physical.
Mhm. Let me just
Mhm.
say this, El Naga. I'm just going to mute your mic because there's a little bit of feedback. When you're ready, just unmute it. But I want to add to that 100%. Hit it on the head. So yes, when you do from an astrological perspective, she's 100%. I just want to add on to it. What we're talking about is the personal daemon tonight, like she just said, is the very essence of who you really are, right? The personal daemon is about stripping away the illusionary self. It's about because there's a lot of deprogramming of who we've been instructed, who we think we are, right? We strive to chase these things in life that's not really us. It strips all that away. We connect with the higher self or who we really are to get to that state of awareness or to get to that state of spiritual knowledge and growth. Now, the other demons you're talking about that walk with you, when you do like an astrological demonic reading, yes, you are birthed through signs that where certain demons. It's almost like when one does for an example, your astrological chart, your birth chart.
Like
Uh,
the one you just did.
yeah, like the one I did for you, for an
Yeah.
example. Yes, it shows you what demons walk with you. That's tied a lot into your astrological because that helps you understand what influences and what energies affect you. It helps you understand why you might have personality and characteristic traits and things of that nature. Yes, there are demons that even walk with you on the other side. That's talking about the demonic pantheon, right?
Mhm.
Right.
So
Okay.
what the cosmic serpent is breaking down tonight is we're talking about the real self. So when we strip this away and this is all gone, we're
Yeah.
talking about
So
the
is
personal.
that ties into shadow work, your shadow self?
It's connected.
Uh,
Yes, it's connected. It's not the same thing,
okay,
but it's connected. All
gotcha,
right.
gotcha.
Anything else?
That'll be it. I appreciate it, man.
All right. I'm gonna mute you. You're more than welcome to stay, or you can remove yourself. It's up to you. But I'm gonna keep you on mute, and we're gonna continue with the questions, brother.
Cool. Peace.
Appreciate you like chilling there. What you doing, man? You just look laid back.
I
Like you
just
just,
I just got
Friday
off.
night.
I just got off work. I'm just
Yeah, I know. I'll see that, bro.
yeah. I was
I see
listening
that.
to y'all on my way home, man.
It's all good, man. It's all
Yeah.
good. All right.
Thank you for listening.
Oh,
Thank you.
always, always.
All right, bro. I know we'll talk soon. I'm just gonna put you on mute. You're welcome to stay, or you can leave. It's up to you. All right. All right. So we got a question here from Mystic Moons for the Cosmic Serpent. And this is the question, Cosmic Serpent. Is finding out one's daemon important? And if so, do you have any recommendations on how we can internally connect? That's the question.
So, because of what the young man just said about the differences in the daemon and then the demonic forces that you're born with and walk with, I just want to be clear because I don't want to like convolute the two
Sure.
things, because I like you're saying that I've never really gotten into that aspect, but I am also not very heavy in the astrological knowledge. That's just not my thing. You know,
Sure.
I have people that do readings for me that I trust and all of that. But the daemons that I've been experiencing since I was a child have come through in a meditation. I would love to learn more. But if you are talking about the daemon, like if it's important, I think it's absolutely important, you know, because you're not going to be able to it's the way that your spirit becomes unbridled. It's the way that you open yourself up, you know. The connection to the your demonic self is the way that you make this work for you in the physical. So I think it's absolutely important. I don't think that you can do real work without being able to do that, because what you're doing is you're activating your magic. You know, you're activating this the portion of yourself that actually makes stuff happen, you know. So I do think that it's very important.
Yeah, she's definitely talking about the personal damage. And shout out to Mystic
Mhm.
Moons. I know you on the other side. I believe you're somewhere over in Europe. I believe it's UK. It's been a minute. You haven't been here in a while. It's Belgium, UK. I can't remember. So shout out to you. It's definitely she's talking about the personal daemon. And the second part of that question was, I think you elaborated on several of them. And then, mind you, keep in mind some of these questions came in over 2 hours ago. So
Mhm.
we might get a question and you might go, we addressed that. So keep that in mind. So even if you might want to just elaborate a little, you know, readdress it. So then she says, having said what you said, 100% you were dead on. Uh, can you share with her? And I think you did. You mentioned some of your daily practices, etc. She's asking also, what are some ways we can internally connect, or things we can do to connect with the personal damage? If you want to rehash some of those.
Just really quickly, like to rehash it. If you want a bit a scholarly way to begin, if you want a book reference, you can read The Black Ship. There is a section in there that will give you a way to start the communication. But I do feel like the most important thing when you start going down the road of demonic integration is to personalize everything, because you are dealing with your personal spirit. So if you think about that, like you're dealing with your personal spirit, so your invocation should be personalized. The way you work with it should be personalized, if not kept secret. Do you know what I mean? Like it is a very, very internal type of work that doesn't require any other deities, any other work from anybody else. You know, that's why I like The Black Ship, because it's very practical and grounded and it gives you so much wiggle room. It's a very thin book. It's about this, you know, it's about this big, and it has very, very vital information in it, but it leaves so much to the imagination because you're supposed to be filling it in like with your
Mhm,
own stuff.
mhm.
So I think that demonic work, any suggestions would be to start there and then just personalize it to death, you know?
Right. And good point. You mentioned the scholarly part. Do your research. Very
Hmm.
important. That's why we read and study, not because we want to just mimic what's in books. Because unfortunately, we got people that do that. They got to keep it real. We have people that just regurgitate shit from books and act like they're saying something deep and heavy. uh, you're supposed to use the books to gain the knowledge, the research, and the understanding. Obviously, that's anything across the board, right? So that's step one. Don't go into any ritual work, spiritual practices with not gaining the information you need to carry out those practices. That's just basic
Right.
fucking common sense. I'm just gonna keep it real with you, right? I'm saying that not. I'm just saying that across the board to everybody. Okay, but good stuff there. And she has another question. She says she had an experience last month when she had surgery. Before going under anesthesia, she felt a presence and heard an inner voice which was not her own. So her question is, could that or does that daemon manifest during traumatic time? So has anything ever happened traumatic that maybe you can share, or just any insight on that?
Absolutely, yes.
I say the
Because
same
it's
thing.
you absolutely yes, absolutely yes. And I think that that would be an experience that you could hold on to and build on. Because like what Beniti said earlier, like okay, we call it intuition. We can say intuition, you can say all of these beautiful things, but like think about, strip it all down. Don't even say Damon. If Damon bothers you, just think about what people say, oh, the little voice in my head. if the little voice in my head or a bird on my shoulder or demon here, angel here, whatever, you know, if something like that happens to you and you get a influx of energy that comes through in a
What
traumatic
it is.
experience, it is absolutely your daemon 100%. It's
I
100%.
yes, I agree. It can look anytime like but let me get into that what you're saying. Let's just say you get an intuition. Like I always use something basic, like say there's something going on, somebody calls you up. And hey man, yo, let's hook up. We're gonna go out to this spot. Now you know I've been guilty of this as a man in the past. Like the spot's gonna be live, there's gonna be females out there, but you know a lot of bullshit goes on out there. Shit goes down, people might get robbed or crazy shit goes on. I could attest to this back in the day going to strip clubs, etc. And you hear that inner voice that says, don't go.
Right.
Fucked up shit going on out there, right? But then your lower self goes, you know what? You know, as a man, you're thinking with the wrong head. You go, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna have fun. And then something pops off. Now, necessarily, you know, fortunately, you might have not gotten in the crossfire, but that was your personal daemon giving
Yeah.
you the awareness, like, look, don't go there. Stay away from shit like that. You
And
know,
your daemon can have the and I know that this is a stretch and it's a far fetch sometimes, but your daemon can develop its voice and start off just like in dreams and things like that. It can start off as somebody that loves you. And I'm just saying, this is some experiences that I've had. It's something, you know, you think, oh my gosh, is this somebody from the dead speaking to me? No, it's something that's the voice of this daemon is developing. So it can start off as your own voice, someone else's, you know, but especially dangerous stuff. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, dangerous things that you look on the news the next day and you'd be like, dang, I could have just went there.
yes,
It's definite. It's absolute.
100%. Now,
Mhm.
there was a something else you put in here, and I want you to elaborate it because I think it's super critical in my opinion. But I just want your thoughts on it. So she had said something in relation to somebody said in the chat about agreeing what, and this is a good question for you to elaborate on. Is it important? I mean, it's obvious the answer, but I want you to give your insight on this. Is it important for us to carve out time for ourselves? And because sometimes we can neglect ourselves by trying to help everybody else or do things. Uh, do you feel, if you can elaborate, what is the importance of making that time for yourself? And I'm not just talking about spiritually. I always joke about this. I'm talking about sometimes a release, and it could be spiritual as well as physical. I once in a while like to go catch a movie by myself or go get some ice
Mhm.
cream. I know that sounds so
Mhm.
fucking basic, but
No.
what's the importance of carving out some time for ourselves?
Well, I think the importance of that is just going back to what we said before is self if you want to master the self, the self mastery, it's a part of self mastery. You can't deny the self when you're on a path of finding out really who you are and all of these things. Like you do not have to be like this yogi in the mountains with like no clothes or like a little whatever and like you know you're just doing what you're doing and you don't eat any ice cream or whatever. It's this is not it's not how you have to be because you are on the path to self discovery. So if yourself is craving to go to a theme park, if you want to have some
That's
fun,
right.
if you want to do something that has absolutely nothing to do with spirituality, even though
Thank
everything
you.
does.
Thank
But
you.
if you want to do something that doesn't have anything like me, I'm obsessed with the occult. I am obsessed with this stuff. So when I have downtime, I just I just like binge on like scary stuff and like but it feeds my spirit. It doesn't like
But it's still
it's not
fun.
like I'm like a psycho or anything. It's just
Right.
something I like to do with downtime. I know the crap I'm watching is not anything that's like beneficial to me, but it's myself showing up for myself, especially if you have a lot of responsibilities that you are standing up for yourself and taking care of, especially if you have time to practice, you should make time for yourself because you're talking to your daemon, you're proving to your cells that you care about them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's so important. Your body will rebel against you if
Yes.
you don't give it some sort of pleasure.
Hmm.
You're gonna get sick.
You kind of segued into the next question and didn't even know it. So this is a question from Jonathan G, and this was at 10:28 p.m. I'll give you the time only because, again, it could be because we were talking, but I think this is a very clear question. So his question is, the work is very energetically demanding. What would you say to those who get fatigued along the way? That's a very good question. I think you answered part of it, but there's more to that. But go ahead.
I think fatigue has to do with two things: physical health and grounding, and three things: physical health, grounding, and time management. Because I know some practitioners on this path and they are so badass. They're beautiful, but they want me to cheer and me. They want me to cheer and congratulate them for meditating for 10 hours straight. And they
Who
then
gives a
did
fuck?
70,000 mantras, and they haven't eaten since Wednesday and all this stuff. And I'm like, I have this nurturing thing that's like bubbling up in me now as I'm getting older. It's getting stronger. And sometimes I don't like it, but it is what it is. And then sometimes I'm just like, you want to impress me because you're stressed? How is that possible? Like, it's not impressive, like, tell me that you went and got yourself a manicure, you're a man, you don't care, you bought yourself a steak, now
There
you
you
feel
go.
like you're good,
There
so
you
so I feel like if you're fatigued, you're doing too much.
That's
I'm
right.
not saying that you're not supposed to push yourself, because you are supposed to push yourself. You are supposed to test your limits. You are supposed to test yourself as much as you can. But when you get to the point where it's like fatigue and you're tired and it's making your life difficult, we don't have to do that anymore. Like, we don't have to, we're not if you need a test of courage, as I say, if you need a test of courage, do it. Go hard, but make sure you plan for your aftercare. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and let me say this. As you start to grow on this path and wisdom, your tolerance for stupidity and bullshit becomes minimum, right?
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
all that, like that bravado shit you just said, is just like, you know, it's tough for me to have patience with it, because my response to that is like, who gives a fuck? Because I really couldn't give two shits if you did it 10 days, 1 day, or an hour. But
Did it
like
work or not,
to what you're saying though, and everything in line with the fatigue, there's also an aspect your personal daemon will communicate to you. Like, you get that inner voice that says, you know what, I've been going hard the last couple of days of the week. I need to just maybe pause. Maybe tonight I'm just going to sit down, watch a movie, chill, relax. I go through that up and down throughout the years, right? And that's why towards the end of the year, I have that shutdown period
Yeah.
where you got to have that inner reflection. And here's a deep science that most people don't understand, because there's ritual aspect in that. There's a science of sometimes sitting down and doing absolutely nothing. I know you're probably like, what the fuck does that mean? What are you talking about? Because in that nothingness, sometimes what happens is we constantly have an influx of thoughts and energy going in and out of our mind 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we never give the mind to pause,
Right.
to put those thoughts in order. You have to, every once in a while, shut down. Like, if you understand the ritual of the 9 angles and what the 9 angles is about in the satanic rituals that Lovey and then Michael Lequino and Magister Chapel in the Temple of Set later revised and did a whole thing on. The 6th angle is stasis. And stasis or stagnation is not a bad thing, not the way that is promoted on the surface. In stasis and stagnation, or stillness in the moment, is where the mind has the ability to slow down. A lot of us, when you do that, you start to realize that probably, and this is a fact, probably well over 60 to 70% of the thoughts that come through your mind on a daily basis are unproductive thoughts.
Right. Yeah.
And you have to be able to filter that process out. So in doing nothingness, there's growth. So your spirit will tell you, listen to the daemon. It'll say, hey, look, man, take a break tonight. Hey, you just did some clepothic work for a week.
Take a
It
break.
doesn't mean, like you were saying, Cosmic Serpent, that bravado shit, let me just push myself to the limit. I mean, yeah, we do have to push ourselves, but there's a fine line between stupidity and wisdom, right?
And one more thing for that gentleman that had that question is really quick. One of the easiest ways to recharge is to do an abyssal meditation. Just if you have your definition of what the abyss means to you, the darkness, the nothingness, you don't necessarily have to be anything. You don't have to have a mask. You don't have to have a form. You don't have to be anything. You can just be. If you feed yourself from the darkness, if you do an abyssal meditation, it will charge you. It will start to charge you because you're feeding yourself with dark energy. And dark energy has scientific meanings if you want to get scientific about it. But if we're talking about it from like a Luciferian, satanic, left-hand path, occult spiritual practice perspective, then we can feed ourselves with dark energy. And it's the easiest meditation to do. You don't have to do nothing. Just be in the abyss and just let it happen.
And also, I would recommend the Draconian Ritual book has a chakra cleansing meditation in there. And there's some grounding and cleansing techniques in there that we should do on a consistent, regular basis. Because remember, this is all energy work. There's a constant influx. You're exchanging energy with people and you're receiving energy. And that's quote unquote positive and negative. So you always got to make sure you're doing the maintenance work. It's just like, I don't care if you have a high-tech performing sports car, if you don't do the tune-up on it,
it's going to break on down.
You're no different. You're no different. So yes, it's a good question. And we do all need to be, I find, and that's why on the Patreon, the Kundalini Awakening, we talk about all the important techniques of grounding, cleansing, proper meditation, and breathing. You know what the sad thing is? Most people are fucked up breathers and they don't know it. They're mouth breathers. Right? The Science of Breath Control, which is a classic by Yogi Rag Cham Raka. Do not fucking ask me how to spell it. It'll come right up. It's a very popular book from the 1900s. Breath control is critical in keeping your energy fluctuating right. And I've told people before, if you can record yourself or somebody can record you sleep, they have an app now where you can record your sleeping habits. That's Sleep Something.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try it. I just downloaded it. I'm gonna test it. It monitors almost like a sleep apnea machine. It monitors you. I'm not even lying. Look at that. It'll monitor how many times you awake during the night, move, cough, burp, fart, everything. Literally.
So you'll see if you're getting good sleep or not. You know,
you'll see if you're getting good sleep, because good sleep is important. Now it's hard for some of us who have a vampiric nature. It's hard to get sleep. I get it. But the breathing, you should all be educated on how you breathe. Your breathing can affect you on a multitude of levels. It can fuck your meditations up. It can obstruct the flow of your Kundalini energy to your chakras. This is why we do decompression breathing and a lot of our spiritual and ritual work. But I would recommend getting that book and make sure Science of Breath Control is important. I know people don't talk about it, but if you're not breathing correctly, it's going to be hard for you to meditate correctly. Trust me when I tell you.
We can't get down. I think the breath is the vehicle, to get us down, because if you're not really breathing correctly and you're up here, it's like you're missing so much. You're missing so much because you're still trying. When your breath is here and tight and you're not breathing correctly, you're still creating what you're seeing. Think about that in your meditation, because your brain hasn't slowed down. So all day you're creating these, your brain is going. So until you slow it down, you're not really even getting the true aspects of what your meditation is supposed to be like. So you're absolutely right about that. Yeah. I think the gentleman had some questions. Did you have some questions?
You have something you want to add? Go ahead, El Naga.
There's really two of them. The first one is, out of all this talking about the self-daemon, I'm a crazy movie buff head. So when y'all talk, I'm constantly seeing movies in my head. You know what I mean? I was the little boy on the cable guy and shit.
Oh.
I was him. Him. You know what I mean? So when I talk to people, I automatically go to movies and shit. You know what I mean? But it sounds like y'all talking about Venom. Would he be the self-daemon?
That's a good analogy. The movie Venom. He's talking about the character. Have you seen the Marvel movie Venom?
I think I that's the thing that wait a minute, Venom is the one. Oh, Venom is the one that he just took over, right? He was like the thing that came out.
That's a good
Yes.
analogy. Yeah,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is a great analogy because, but also, did he get, the only thing I will say is, did he get control of it? Or did it just,
it was two parts. The first
Uh-huh.
one when he was like what y'all was saying, you could hear that voice. He constantly fighting that voice in his head. You know what I mean?
right.
Like, the second one was called the Carnage. That's when it separated from him. It's like, okay, you do you, and I'm gonna do me. So he was just going around.
You know what? That's the real story of.
No,
That's the battle we go through on this path what he's trying to show you, just like the Aquaman movie was showing you, the last Aquaman movie.
Yeah,
it's the battle that we fight within ourselves to suppress the divine self. Okay. So he, at first, like you say, in the first one, he looked at it as if he couldn't control the rage. It was real beast. Now, when you hear people say your real beast self, on the surface, that sounds like a negative thing. That's your raw, unfiltered self. Okay. So that movie's trying to show you how he's trying to harmonize the divine powers of who he really is. Okay. So yes, it's a good analogy. Your personal daemon, it's the same thing, because not everything the personal daemon is going to reveal to you is not pretty. It's not. Yeah. It's not. So, but it's a good analogy. Yeah. If you get hidden opposite, it's good.
And also, like you're saying, it's not always pretty, but if you're getting really fucked up stuff from your daemon, like this thing is telling it, I remember this thing is like, can we eat these people? Like, am I right? Like, so I know I'm right. So these like, can we eat these people? Like, if you're getting things, let's not
like go to the extreme.
Right, but like if you're getting things that are not beneficial to you, and like you have to revisit like your will, the positioning of your will. Like, do you have things that are suppressed? Because I feel like that is a marker to suppression, is when you have, people call them intrusive thoughts. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a marker to suppression. So I feel like that's important too.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. But yes, when you are deciphering movies and applying it to spiritual gnosis, which that's a great thing. I do that. There's two books that's really good: Esoteric Hollywood, Part 1 and 2. Okay. The second one deals with more modern movies, and the first one, if you're a movie buff, you would love those. Yeah. I'm the same way with movies, but let's like Cosmic Serpent is. If you're getting intrusive thoughts like, I just want to go bite the forehead of somebody off and suck the blood out of it. Yeah, let's not go that route. Though, okay?
So use reasoning. That's suppression.
Okay.
That's suppression. It could literally be as simple as the fact that you're on a diet. It could literally be as simple as the fact that you are abstaining from sex. It could be as literally as simple as the fact that you haven't been able to speak your mind and you have a blocked throat chakra. Don't think like I have an aspect of my consultations that's like this. When people have really deep, dark stuff, I'm like, you really think you want to bite somebody's face off, or are you just hungry? No, I'm serious. You know what I mean? Like, are you just real? Or like, have you been dieting really hard, or do you have something that you really want to say to somebody that really might destroy them? Like it's very, very, very important to kind of look at that. But yeah, I like that Venom. That's good.
That's good, and that's good advice you just gave, Cosmic.
Yeah, yeah, I needed that too, because I'll be on Venom type time sometimes.
Yeah. Anything else, brother?
Oh, well,
for now,
I think I was telling you I got snakes, right? I got pythons. So I'm trying to, like, I guess, learn the energy with them. Like, is it? I don't know. Can y'all tell it out loud or whatever? But is it any type of rituals dealing with the serpents?
Yes, there is some I probably wouldn't want to share here in an open forum. Now I've worked with snakes in Palo Mayembe. I've done ritual. Well, not to get into the depths of it. There's a ritual like so for instance, I work with Sarabanda, right, in Palo Mayembe, and there's a ritual where it just depends on what comes up. Sometimes there's the ritual and the power of the serpent, where you're put in the ground up to your neck and there's serpents placed around you. I don't want to really elaborate any further
Ooh.
after that. There's rituals where you actually have an interconnection with them. There's things you do with, touching them. There's things you do. Yes.
Like that. Yeah.
Well, first, because the science of the snake, venom can heal and it can kill.
Yeah.
There's rituals around that, right? But again, I don't like to talk about certain things in an open forum like this because they can get misconstrued. Now, I don't know if there's anything you want to share, Cosmic Serpent, in a discreet way. Feel free.
I think that there's a less extreme version of some work that you can do with your actual snakes, because I do it too. You can actually get to a point where you are having, and this is going to sound far-fetched for people that don't have snakes, but when you have snakes and you keep them and you love the animal, you can feel a psychic connection with this animal.
Correct.
You can feel that this snake, that it's not going to be the same way as you have a connection with a dog. Because snakes are thinking one thing: am I eating you? Is there something to eat? Am I warm, or am I running away, or am I going to bite you, or is it time to kill you? There's six. That's it. They're not like, oh, I love you. This is my keeper, my master. No, we humanize them, but it's a beauty in that erase in the ability to erase the humanity and still connect with something. So when I hold my snake, like when I'm dealing with my snake and I feel like the undulation and I feel like him trying to get away and I hear his little snake brain, he's like, do you have food? If you don't have food, I ain't dealing with you. You know what I mean? But the fact that you can connect with something that's inhumane, it really helps you in your work, if you're doing work with things that are of an inhumane nature. And I know you know what I'm talking about. So, we don't humanize, like people that are humanizing demons. This is the opposite of that. We want to connect with the part of us that has no human in it. You know what I mean? And snakes will help you. Like just hold it and talk, just talk, because El Naga, like I get it, so that's my heart, that's my heart. So you can work with your snake in that way, because it has helped me with my the aspects of inhumanity that I have that were uncomfortable for me in the beginning.
Now, here's something interesting. You can pull this definition up. I've always gone back, even going back to classes I did years ago. The word serpent has nothing to do with the word snake. And this is where people get confused. Right? You can Google this. I got it up on the screen just so in case people want to pull it up. Right? The word serpent, it actually comes from the Greek. It means to beguile, cunning, crafty. So there's a confusion when it was translated in the Bible. And your name actually, Nahas, come from the Aramaic, but you got El Naga, right? It ties into the serpent. The thing that's deep about this is it also refers to, when you pull up, the main definition on Wikipedia, it refers to it as the real meaning is a sly or treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position of trust in order to betray it. Now, that's not accurate, but the real meaning of serpent is a very cunning, wise, intelligent person. And if you're not smart in dealing with that person,
absolutely,
that's the serpent.
Absolutely.
And when you were saying like humans dealing with serpents, you got to establish that relationship, because like you just hit it on the head, Cosmic Serpent. You can't establish a relationship with a serpent like you would a dog, right? It's not the same energy.
No,
because
you could feed it all day and love it all day and it will still bite you. You can do whatever you want. It can be so comfortable where it knows your voice and everything. And if it's pissed off that day, it might just bite you. Like, tell me, am I wrong? You know what I mean? Like it's just an aggressive snake. But that's interesting, because that's the essence of like learning the demonic self as well, because I learned that about myself. I am not a distruth teller. I'm not a liar. I'm not a person that is, but I am extremely cunning, and I have developed my way about me that is, it's beneficial for me. you know? And so it's like, that's why I have the two-tailed serpent, and a lady saw this and she said, you know, two-tailed serpent, that means you're a liar. I'm like, does it? Tell me more. You know what I'm saying? Like that, what do you mean? Like, why am I wearing it if I don't know what it is, you know? So,
Yeah.
so you're absolutely right. There's a lot of misinformation in the Bible, but those classes that you have give so much light to that, because I would have never known any of that stuff,
Yeah,
because I just want to throw it out.
yeah, it's very deceptive, and I always question the fact when the serpent or the beast of the field. But it's also confirmation. Not to get into the whole esoterical biblical stuff, it's also confirmation. Was that literally a serpent, or did they symbolize that later? Was that actually a man, a physical being in the garden, that they gave it the characteristics of a serpent or snake / snake?
Yeah,
They got
absolutely.
to do your research, because you'll find out it's a little bit more than what they were telling us. Because I always tell mature thinking adults, do snakes talk?
Right. No.
Okay. Show me a snake that talks. And it just makes that whole story ridiculous. So
Yeah.
what was really taking place there? But
Yeah.
anyway, any other questions? Because I know we got some more in the chat. Anything
No,
else? For now, anyway.
My brain is full. I appreciate
No, it's all good. We'll come back to you if you got more.
Yeah.
Thank
Stay.
you. Thank you.
Good food.
No worries. No worries. All right, I'm gonna put you on mute. Let me go to the next couple of questions we got here. This is from Xander Promeo. She says, "Do you feel Lilith would be a good justice demoness?"
I feel like depends on what type of justice you need, and whether you have a connection with her, because I don't feel like Lilith would be someone that I personally would go to for just a general justice working, to say, oh, I want this. I feel like I would go to a different deity. But if you have a personal connection with her, and it's something that you've been working on as far as your development, your healing, and all these things, then she can help develop some justice in the world. Absolutely. Because she's a very, very powerful, tangible spirit that will help you do things in the physical world that you didn't know that you could do. So yeah, I mean, I guess it would just depend on what the problem was.
Right. And be very aware and conscious when you're invoking a deity like Lilith. It doesn't just apply to Lilith. It could be Kali. It could be Samael. It could be the black aspect of Santa Muerte, the Holy Death. You got to be clear on the type of justice you're asking for. And what I mean by that is this. If you're not, sometimes these spirits go to work, then they don't have the same type of concern or compassion you might have. And I got to be honest with you. Like, let me give you an example. Sometimes people will be looking for justice with an individual, and they're not clear on how they're communicating that. And sometimes things around them can be taken out in that process in addition to get that justice towards that person. So you must be clear in your intent of how you want that justice to play. So for an example, if let's just say I'm using this example as, say, justice on an individual, say, who did something horrific to you or put your life in danger. I'm just using that. I'm not saying that's just what justice is about. It could be just, personal justice as far as, changing character habits, character flaws. But let's just say I have to be clear, because people are very irresponsible with destructive magic, and they don't understand the sciences that govern it. And this is usually why they get jammed up. So what I mean by that is, you must be clear in your intent. If I want something to be done to a person who's done something horrific, or justice needs to be served on them, make it clear. I don't want X, Y, and Z to be involved. If there's people involved but not directly involved, because if you're not, sometimes these spirits will go to work on anything and everything that's attached to it. And unfortunately, that could be siblings, that could be significant others.
Children.
Children.
And Yeah, and Lilith has the one aspect of Lilith, if you're talking about justice, think about her symbolism. You see how her hair is always wild and untamed, and how when you invoked her and she in her sigil is it doesn't have a circle around it and all these things. You can't control an energy like that. So
You
if
see this
you
here?
see, look at that. If you can't control an energy like that. So you can put in a request, but you just better be prepared for whatever happens. And I am a product of that. I am a product of being loose tongue and having something that I built not stand, because I was not specific in my request and I was devoted to her and I had given her blood. She's tasted my blood. Okay. So what are you going to do? You giving me blood? And this is the work that you want, then guess
Right.
what? It doesn't matter what's getting destroyed. Everything is.
Yes.
So, you know, that so just be careful, because I
And
can that's the
just be clear on how you communicate that. And
hmm
that's why I showed you this, is because that's a Medusa type of aspect of Lilith,
yes.
right?
Hmm.
That's the type of energy of Lilith that I work with. I don't really connect with a lot of the other stuff. And that's why I said earlier in the video, there's many different aspects of Lilith.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I don't connect with all of them. I don't,
No. Me
you know,
either.
yeah.
I
So,
don't.
but
I connect with the aspect of Lilith that is the one that I need for my life at the point. Do you know what I
yes,
mean?
yes,
And she has helped me through some really difficult times as a, you know, as a practitioner and just as a woman in general, you know, but yeah, I can't connect with every aspect because that would not be telling the truth. You know, it's
right.
just too multifaceted of an energy.
Right, 100%. All right, this is a good question by Eric Jones. All right, so Eric Jones says, question, when doing work, this is a really good question. When doing work with your childhood trauma, is it okay to change what happened in your mind, even if it didn't happen in real life, destroy the victimhood chains and to let it go completely? I just want to make sure I understand your question though. All right. When doing work, you say, when doing work with your childhood trauma, is it okay to change what happened even in your mind? I would assume you're saying even if the change didn't happen in real life, right? That's what I'm assuming you're saying here. You can elaborate first, but my thoughts on that. I show people how to do this in the shadow
Right.
work classes by time
Yeah.
traveling. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And I've learned that technique. And I think that it's a powerful thing to do if you are going to do the self-care that comes with that.
Correct.
If you're not going to then let that, when you go down the road a month from now, say it's driving you crazy. You got to show up for yourself. You got to have the self-care. It's I think with changing the narrative and childhood trauma stuff, it's heavy on the reparenting. It's
Yep.
heavy on the reparenting aspect. It's really, really dense on the I'm changing this perspective because the other way hurts me too much. And I'm doing it for love. I'm doing it out of the goodness of my own heart. And I'm not doing it because I'm crazy. I'm doing this for a reason. Like, it has to be grounded, because if you are experiencing something that is traumatic, you can't necessarily turn it off. So changing
Mhm.
the narrative is not going to change the intensity. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So, you know, so like, yeah, I think that you can do something like that if you're heavy, heavy, heavy on the reparenting and like the aftercare and like showing up for
Mhm.
yourself. When that memory surfaces and you know that it's not the right thing, just stand behind yourself with your hand on your back, like, we're changing this. This is really what happened. And I'm doing this out of a self-love thing, you know?
Yeah. And the important thing to understand about any type of traumas that one is uncovering in their shadow work. Here's the reality. Anybody that tells you there's a simple ritual you're going to do, light a few candles, do a few mantras and meditate, it's going to go away. That's not how it works. That's just not reality. How it actually works is by putting things into context and how you're able to continue on your journey and move on where those things aren't an obstruction in your life. I
Right.
say that in the sense you're never going to ever fully forget. It's just not a reality.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Sometimes people have this expectation that something like that, you're going to completely just forget in the sense that it's not there, but you can forget it,
Mhm.
put it aside to the point where it doesn't affect your spiritual growth. So, what do I mean by that? So that whole exercise of what you're talking about, I show people how music is a very powerful force that activates through sound and vibration. It can take you to the memory bank or the inner depths of your subconscious mind. We can hear a song right now. I can ask anybody to type in the chat. I could ask Cosmic Serpent, El Naga to name a song going back to their childhood, their teenage years. They can give me a song, and I can sit there and I can go, well, watch how the mind operates. Let me give you. Let's do it. I'm gonna do this. Let's do this. Cosmic Serpent, go to a time in your life of a song. I don't care if it was when you were a teenager, a young child, or a song that you can classify as a song you really like. Watch.
A song I really like. I love Michael Jackson, so I'll say my song is Pretty Young Thing. I'll say that. That's my song.
All right. So from the Thriller album, 1982.
Right.
83, 82, 83. Because don't ask me. Anyway. All right. So you like Pretty Young Thing, PYT by Michael Jackson. Watch this. Okay. Think about when was the first time you heard that song? The very first time.
The very first time I heard that song was watching I'm about to be real, was watching my parents just completely drunk and having a ball, just watching them dance. Like, I just remember watching them like they having so much fun. I wish I could drink. Like, this is like, I wish I could have some of that. I want to be drunk. Like, I just remember that. Like, that was the first time I ever heard that song.
Okay.
Was when I was
young.
So
it reminds you of your parents dancing, having fun, drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you can really think now as you focus and concentrate, can you actually visualize them in the house where they were at? Can you see specific things, furniture, the walls, what they were wearing? Can you recollect what they were wearing, what you were wearing?
Yes,
Okay.
In a way, I have some faded memories from that time because that was a tough time, but that was a good memory. So I do remember we were poor. We lived in a trailer. We had we had a kerosene heater and the bottles, and you know what I mean, and the big what is it, the lion print thing on the wall, and all the velvet black light stuff, and that's it. That I can remember that. Yes.
Okay. So if everybody's listening, she also said she can also connect at that period, at that time. There was some tough things going on. In addition, she connected the joy and the happiness as she saw her parents releasing and dancing and drinking. She recollected specific things. She also connected certain moments of how she can reflect and feel what was going on at that time. Mm-hmm. So just simply by what she did, right, is what any of us have the ability to do. For an example, it gets a little more trickier. If it's something like, say you're trying to address a trauma that maybe it's not that pleasant, and unfortunately we're going to use something that's not pleasant. Say maybe you, unfortunately, there were children who grew up who were physically beaten by their parents. Or maybe I can use another example where you were bullied. Maybe you went to a school. You can go back to that exact moment and you can play out a different outcome. Now, what that does is it changes the psyche of the mind and its approach moving forward, because the energy was never released for that person to get, quote unquote, we're using the term justice, or to get finality, because it still lingers with us. And again, I want to make this clear. What that does is it's not saying it's going to completely wipe away the memories of what you experienced, but I will guarantee you this: when it does come up, it will not have the same effect on you, is what I'm trying to say. That's how shadow work is really done for the intense stuff I'm talking about. And like Cosmic Serpent was talking about, the inner child work, or the, that inner harmony work that needs to be done, which complements it. It's not quite the same thing. It is connected to it, right? All of it serves its purpose, but we can do that with any song. I mean, we just did something quick, and she explained in a matter of a minute a lot that she could recollect. Some people now, but watch if we do this to a song when it comes to relationships. Watch how it gets even more vivid, because you can remember the person, Sometimes you can reenact and carry out the exact sexual encounter, good or bad. And that could be a bad thing too. You might remember something horrific about it. I'm not talking about rape or something. I'm talking about maybe the person had stank breath. Maybe the person just body odor was straight funkin'. You know, I'm just keeping it real, right? But you can actually like I go back to, for an example, Keith Sweat, right? Keith Sweat's albums from 1988 to the early 90s, that was like bone fest. You know what I'm saying? And like any Keith Sweat song could come on, I could remember all those parts of my young childhood, teenage years. Same thing with hip hop music. I can go, if Brand Nubian comes up, Public Enemy, any of those groups, I can literally go back to specific key moments in my life, and you can feed off of that energy, good or bad, and you can do work with it. Now, here's the deep thing. It's been proven, and this is why, and not to sound like an old grumpy head, but it's been proven, when you listen to music of your generation, it actually reverses the aging process. It replenishes the cells, like it heals you at a cellular level. When you listen to music out of your time sequence, it can make you feel older and age you a lot quicker. So this is why.
That is so interesting.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
So when we do the hip hop occult show, we don't like, not to sound like haters, like I joke around a lot about the trap music and the mumble rap. But I remember when we were a kid, our parents were saying the same thing. What's that crap you're listening to, right?
Right.
But I just can't get with the dibbity dibbity doo, bibbity dibbity ba. It just makes me feel like I'm so out of sync. Like, what the fuck is this garbage?
Yeah, it makes you feel older than you really are, you know.
Really are.
And that's so interesting, because I always do the test of myself to say, if I could have one genre of music, I'm stuck on a desert island. If I could have one genre of music for the rest of my life, I have to listen to one thing. For me, it would be 90s alternative. And the reason why is because I was at the happiest in my entire life when I was listening to the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Weezer, Bush, all these like beautiful 90s alternative people. That's when I was at the happiest in my life. And you're so right about that. Like and I listen to the stuff that's current, and I'm like, it just makes me feel old.
So here's an exercise. We do this in the shadow work class. I've shared it on YouTube. I'm gonna share it with everybody here. There's something that I call music magic, and here's what I would challenge people to do. We all have apps nowadays, right? We all have different platforms. I don't care if you have Amazon, Spotify, whatever. What I want you to do, as far back as you can remember as a child. So I'm born in 71, right? So I love music. I love 70s R&B and 70s classic rock. I can listen to that all day. It's just, to me, the 70s was the fucking, I actually wish I was older in the 70s, because I would have fit right in.
Yeah, so much fun.
Yeah. So go back to, you know, as far as you can remember listening to music, and then you can make up this playlist. You can do this either by decades, if you so choose, or you can do it by genre. I prefer to do it by decades because it's like the soundtrack to the movie of your life, literally. And you can utilize this practice in the gym, exercising, walking in a park, or just sitting down in your home, right? So how do you do this? Real simple. Create that playlist, and it could be all genres. I don't care if it's hip hop, R&B, classic rock, alternative. Shit, I listen to jazz. I listen to Gregorian chant music. I listen to all types of shit. Like my music genre has no limitations. I'm just not really into like that death metal shit, because I can't understand it. Like, I mean, look, I'm not knocking it. I don't get it. I just can't. I tried one time, listening to it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? But anyway, like I love 80s metal. 80s metal is all the same. When you go back and listen to like Motley Crue, Twisted Sister, Quiet Riot, shit. You name all those bands from the 80s. I mean, anyway, you make this whole list, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, the 10s to the 20s, up until the present day, whatever. Go through each decade, and you can, again, do this if you like to take walks in the park, in the gym, on the treadmill, whatever it is. And as each song comes on, zone in and just let the brain recollect on the thoughts that come. And you're going to be so surprised. Like, I go through these songs in the 70s. Like, all right, I don't know if you remember that song, Blinded by the Light. I always used to hear that song when I was driving in the car with my father on the Belt Parkway. And
Oh,
here's
that's
the
nice.
crazy thing. When I was a kid, I used to love, when somebody first lights a cigarette up, I used to love that smell of when they first lit it up. And at that time, my father's, it's weird. But every time I hear that song, I smell my father's cigarette when he first used to light it up. And I see myself in the back seat of the car as a young child with my two sisters at the time. I had three, but two at that time, and driving on the Bell Parkway. You do this through each decade. It's going to take you to times with your family, times in high school, maybe to your prom, key relationships, key moments in your life, birthdays, celebrations, anniversaries. It's going to take you to bad stuff. Some of these songs remind you of differences you had with people, bad relationships. So what's the purpose of doing all this? You're gonna see the summarization. That's the story of who is in front of you right now. It doesn't mean that's the totality of who you are and that you have to embrace everything of it, but it helps you understand everything that shaped and made you. You're going to get a clear understanding through that. It's everything that's affected you, good and bad, and what's standing in front of you right now, those thoughts and experiences that shaped you, this is you. So through that awareness, you're able to now make those changes. It's going to help you with your work. It's a very, very simple, it really is simple, and it's a very effective tool, another tool you can use to help understand yourself. It's crazy because I know I go through mood swings where sometimes I just want to hear classic rock. Sometimes it's just old school hip hop. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. Okay. Did you have another question, El Naga?
Oh, I just wanted to add to that. You're right. I use it as therapy myself.
Big time.
Put that playlist together.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when I think of my mom, I play a lot of the stuff I came up with, listening to it in the house, like she was saying. It keeps me, because I don't see my mom a lot, so that's how I stay connected to her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I play music that she used to play and stuff like that, but it is good therapy.
Listen.
Absolutely.
Like around the holidays times, you guys know I'm huge on Christmas. I love Christmas. And it's so Christmased out around here. It's so annoying. That's how bad I am with it.
Oh, that's nice.
But here's the thing: my mother's favorite song during Christmas was "Silent Night," and so there's a ritual I do every year by this the fireplace, and then I do it certain time when everybody goes to sleep and the house is quiet. I can just close my eyes and I can manifest her, and she sings the whole song to me, and I see her. And I remember when she sang it to me sitting at the table, and I do it at a certain time every year during that week of Christmas because I remember the date that incident happened. So I reenact that date every year. And it's amazing how after you zone the power of the fucking mind, it's amazing what you can really accomplish with this when you're really tapped in. And I'm going to tell you this, music, because we know everything in existence is kept intact by harmonics. Right. That's just scientific fact. That's why music can build up and destroy, and it's such a healing force or a destructive force. Think about when we were younger, when we heard, I remember hearing Public Enemy. Think about, like, we get all amped up back in the day when we heard Public, we want to be all militant. So see how music can affect your emotions, good and bad, right?
That's
it's a powerful tool. Yeah,
that's so true. I have one more that I want to say that I think that it kind of ties into what you're saying. My mother was obsessed with Prince. So she was obsessed. So she would take her money from working her 2 jobs and go on the bus and go up and down the East Coast. So my first concert was a Prince concert, but I was in her belly. So when I do my meditations, and my mom, she died in 2011. So when I miss her and I want to contact her and, just be in that essence, I play Prince. She comes right through. That's it. And she comes right on through.
I mean, I remember seeing Purple Rain in the movie theaters as a kid. My sister was fascinated with Prince, and that's a classic album. But my all-time favorite Prince song, I could play it over and over. Insatiable. That song.
Oh, that's my favorite
Not,
song too.
man.
That's the best Prince song ever.
That song makes me cry. That song is passionate. I mean,
Best
look,
one.
just talking about it, I can get an influx of memories of a bunch of shit.
Best
But
song.
that's my all-time favorite Prince song, Insatiable. Best song he ever made. But yeah, it's a powerful vessel. I would encourage people to experiment with it if you haven't on that level. All right.
Question.
Go ahead, Jeff. Something.
Yeah, a question. It might tie back into where go back to the personal demon.
Okay.
Since we talking about frequencies, the music that taps into frequency, right? So what will be the frequency on the left hand path dealing with the daemons and?
Okay, there's a lot now. Even on the and Cosmic Serpent, you could add to it too. Mantras and chanting, right? When you're working, say, with any of these demons or spirits, here the key is understanding the unison of the chant, not the harmony. So, for an example, each one, like even with Gregorian chant music, it's the same thing. And it's mostly done in a Semitic tongue, right? I don't do any of those mantras or chants in the English tongue because it doesn't have the same tones and vibrations to it. You understand? So each demon does have a tone or frequency that can unlock their power. And some of them have specific mantras or chants in whatever. It could be ancient Latin. It could be Aramaic. And you find out once you activate the tone and the frequency. And I talk about this all the time because we've done group rituals here. And we've all experienced where we've been in a room with like 5, 6, maybe 7 of us. And as we hit that harmony in unison, harmony first in unison, it starts to feel like there's a million people in the room doing it with you. So what happens is you start to open a porthole or a dimension, not where just that demon or spirit is coming through, but there's multiple spirits coming and joining in. So they all have different frequencies, not one specific. Now, I also tell you, the only way you can obtain this, though, there's a way you get your frequency and your tone. And what people fail to realize is everybody has their own unique tone. Right. Now, what I mean by that is, like, there's the Rosicrucian order does this. A lot of ancient Egyptian systems do this. How you get that tone is they can do it with any musical instrument with A to F notes. Usually it's done with a keyboard or a piano. So I'll tell you to chant something like Rach, Ma, Hom. And as you're doing it, I'm hitting any note on A to F, and you'll feel the pitch. You'll automatically catch it. And once you catch the one that's in sync with how you chant, that's how you're supposed to do your mantras and your chants. Because what starts to happen is as you start to do it, you'll start to feel this tingling or vibration sensation right by the brow chakra. You feel tingling at the top of the head, and it can literally sometimes lead to the point of full possession, right? So you have to be cautious and aware. So it's not just about you unlocking the tone of the demon. You have to get your tone so you can connect with the demon. Because you can't unlock it if you don't know your tone. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So again, it starts with you, right? Now the planet vibrates at D major, right? If you and the planet vibrates at 8 megahertz. Most women vibrate on C major, right? Most men are D to F. Most men, unless there's some men who have very high pitched voices, but that's a whole nother story. But so it's a different process. The woman, you hear the tone. They're connected a little bit different than we are, right? But yeah, just wanted to throw that in there. I don't know if it's something you wanted to add on that.
That's accurate. Definitely I feel the same way. Like the resonance and the tonation that you do when you start your mantra work, when you start to, because they say you vibrate, the way to chant. I mean, I think that my first experience with it is when I was trying to be a ritual magician, and I was doing banishing rituals. And they're like, okay, so your head, like you have to vibrate it. So right. I think that is like finding your voice, like Beniti was talking about, like finding your voice. But also I've experimented with like the resonance in the frequency in the room that has demonic energy built up.
That
So like
too,
in
yeah.
your temple space. So if you hum or chant a vibratory frequency, if you're working with the chakras or whatever, but if you hum or chant and you can match the vibration in the room, because if you meditate enough, you can hear the room.
Yes.
Like I can hear this room, so I'm going to hum until I can match the frequency of the room. And then that starts to reverberate out further and further and further and further, So it's spreading your influence, but also just, matching the frequency of your environment. I think that's like what on the left-hand path, that's kind of, what we can use in that way as well.
That's a good point. But you have to also, you can't do your mantras. Like for an example, we use one of the most popular draconian mantras is Vovine, right? And Vovine is invoking the dragon or serpent energy in the old Latin, right? So you can't just go to work and be like Vovine, Vovine, Vovine. But when you vibrate it, right, you got to find your own pitch with it, right? I find some yell it. To me, it doesn't have the same effect. When you do it, they do. I've heard people yell it. It sounds ridiculous. But when you do it in a mantra-like fashion, it vibrates and resonates differently, right? And if you really focus in, right, Vovine is always used to stir up the serpent or the dragon energy. It's a great mantra to do. Any rituals you're doing with the draconian current or the draconian gods or goddesses, Lilith, Sama, any of them, right? It's different from just shouting Vovine, Vovine, but there's a difference of saying Vovine.
Oh, I love that.
Right. Again, but here's the other thing. You got to learn in between every time you're about to say a mantra or a chant, you have to take a breath in. It comes from the diaphragm. That's why I was talking about the breathing earlier. When you have that discipline of breath, you're going to start to feel, they call it like in martial arts and Far East mysticism, the chi. We call it in Egypt the sekhem. You feel that fire start to burn, right? In a positive way. And all of that. And then like what Cosmic Serpent was just saying about tapping into the energy in the room, that's also vibrational frequency. That's a vibe. Like it's no different. Like if you walk into a room, you go to a party, like, oh shit, the vibe in here is off the chain, right? You're feeling the vibe of the room. It's no different. It's no different when you go, oh man, something feel fucked up in here. Something's not right. In here. Ew, I got to get the fuck out of here. So there's that. What she's talking about is that type of vibe. There's two ways to pick up on the frequencies, right? So we have to be aware of that. It's no different. How many times have you gone into a place? We've gone anywhere. It could be a restaurant, a club, a party, a gathering. And we immediately said, man, all right, this vibe's chill. I'm feeling this. And we had a great time. But there was plenty of times where we said, man, something don't feel right in here. This shit is jacked up. I got to get the fuck out of here. Right? Same thing. All right, let's take these last two questions. I know it's kind of getting late. We got a few more questions in here. Let's see how many we can get to. Now, Cosmic Serpent, if you got to go and we're wearing you out, you just let us know.
No, I am ready. I'm off work. Okay. This is my weekend. I'm ready.
Okay, I'm off too. I want to make sure. Jay Jizzle in the building. Jack, what's going on? I saw you up there earlier. Look at Jack with the Lilith stuff. So this is Jack. This is a good. You guys know me and Jack go way back like X-Lax. Let me stop. Jack says, Lilith energy taught me the power of being a lone wolf, loving your own energy and creative force of will first before anyone. True freedom. Good statement. Good statement. I just wanted to read that because I think that's a good summarization. Shout out to Jack. Stay away from the midget strippers, brother. Stay away from the midget strippers, brother. Jack's a good dude of mine. Okay, so Duma, you do so brother El Naga, Duma typed in at 10:49. Not still sure if he's here. He says he does have another Santa Muerte statue like that. Shoot me over the info and I'll shoot it over to El Naga. I'll get him in contact with you because we're doing some work. He's got an Aztec aspect of the Holy Death that we have to do some work with. So send that over to me and I'll get it over to him. All right, I'll get that over to you as soon as I get it.
I appreciate it, bro.
Nah, no worries. You got it. All right. Xander Promu, this is what I was curious about. The demon we're born with as all right. This is a good thing. Maybe you can elaborate. It's kind of a question and it's not. Xander Promo at 1050 made a statement, or she typed in, this is what I was curious about. The demon we're born with as opposed to our archangel. Now, I want to ask you this in your opinion. I don't really mess with it. What's your opinion on, I'm not judging anybody that does. I just want to be clear on that. Cosmic Serpent, what's your opinion on working with archangels and things of that nature? Do you incorporate that in any aspect, in any connection? I'm not just saying with demonic integration work. Do you work with any of that stuff? And again, I'm not judging anybody that does or doesn't. So your thoughts on, because a lot of people, it's big. A lot of people do that. So just your curiosity, your thoughts on that, your opinion.
I do not, and I won't, because I am a demonic sorceress. I have studied that aspect. I know the the both sides to the coin, that some people reference the demonic as, and that they have an angel counterpart. I researched that just to have the knowledge. But to work with an archangel, to me, I have an aversion to things like that. It doesn't have any power for me. When I initially started in the path, I was doing, like I said, ceremonial magic that I was being taught by somebody that shouldn't have been teaching me, but someone that thought they knew what they were doing. And I was using the names of the archangels at every corner and doing these invocations and things like that, because I thought that I needed that to protect myself. I got over that very quickly when I realized that is not, it doesn't have any power. So no, to me, absolutely not. I don't, this is a demonic household. Get that out of this household. So
I agree. And again, I know Xander was just asking that. I'm in the same alignment. I'm just being clear. I don't judge anybody for what they do and don't do. I just want to make that clear. I don't mess with it. I don't do any of that banishing stuff, or because there's a lot of that. So I wouldn't connect that personally if it was me. Like you say, you made a statement curious about the demon we're born with as opposed to our archangel. I think that's more of a school of thought. It is an alignment because there are some lesser systems that teach, like Catholicism teaches it. I grew up as a young boy a Catholic. They all say you have a guardian angel that walks with you. Mm-hmm. So it's there in that sense, but I just want to make sure we're not confusing it. Once you get the nitty gritty of it, like Cosmic Serpent was saying on the occult, it's a little bit different. It's not the same thing. Brother Duma, let's bring you in. What's going on? This is the brother.
Nothing much, man. Enjoying the class. Enjoying the class.
What's the word in DC, brother? What's the word in DC?
The word in DC is that it's always crazy in DC. That's about it.
Can't be no crazier than New York, right? Can't be no crazier than South Florida.
Yes, right.
Well, what's on your mind, brother? Talk to us.
Yeah, like I said, I do have another one of those Santa Muertes statue, like the one I sent you. The brother could just hit me up on Instagram. And we can exchange information like that, and I can send it to him.
Sure. Yeah. What's your tag on Instagram again? It's your full name. That's
it's Dumas_Den.
Oh, you had to send me that.
Oh, okay. It's
brother
Dumas DUMAHZ_DEN.
I'll send it over to him.
Yeah.
I'll send it over to him. I got you on my Instagram, so I'll send it over to him. That'll work.
One question: is it fixed, or I would have to get it fixed?
No. What do you mean fixed?
He's talking about charged.
Oh, yeah, it's still wrapped up. I just didn't do anything with it because I didn't have the space for it.
Okay.
Like I wanted to.
All right, I'll make sure I get your cash app. We want to do it that route. I don't mind.
Yeah.
Cool. It works. That works.
Okay.
All right, we'll get that linked up. We'll get that taken care of. Anything else, Duma? Anything you want to, anything in reference to the class? Anything for the Cosmic Serpent?
I'm just enjoying the class. I just wanted to make sure the brother got what he needed.
I appreciate that. I forgot. It's
No
crazy
problem.
how the mind works, because I saw El Naga come in, and then I said, man, Duma's in the room, and I emailed El Naga a couple of weeks ago, and I told him, let me get with the brother, because I said the brother sent it to me a couple of years ago. And by the way, I've done phenomenal work with it. By the way, brother, it's I don't know where you got it from, but it's yeah, you can't get it nowhere. I had another sister out in California. I don't know if you guys seen the big gold one I got, man. She got that for me, wrapped it, shipped it. Sister Kiona, shout out to her. I mean, she didn't have to do that, man. I mean, you know, much appreciation and blessings. I know that's Mama looking out for me, but man, I just want to thank you guys, man. It's a beautiful thing. You guys look out, but we'll link you guys up, and then we'll get that squared away.
Cool.
I'll let you stay here, brother Doom. If you got any questions, anything you want to add, I'll leave you in the room, just like El Naga. Or gotta go, you can go. That's up to you. All right, brother.
All right. Thanks.
And good to see you, man.
Enjoying the class. Thank you, Cosmic Serpent.
Thank you.
All right. Where was the other question here? Hold on. All right. We left off with Jack. We got through this. Okay, here we go. Oh, so Yvette said we did answer her question from earlier as I scroll down later here. So, okay, we got confirmation on that. Let me scroll down. All right, question. This is, again, another question from Yvette. This was at 11 o'clock. I was wondering, when you want to talk to your daemon, Cosmic Serpent, how do you keep out other entities? This is a good question. How do you keep out other entities when working? She says, working with the pendulum. I don't really work with the pendulum. Hope this makes sense. All right. I'm gathering she works with the pendulum, and she's saying, when you talk to your personal daemon, how do you keep out other entities? Say, for an example, if you're working, maybe she uses the pendulum to work with her daemon. I'm just assuming, but let's just say, how would you block out other entities when you're talking to your daemon? Let's look at it like that.
I think blocking out other entities when you're talking to your daemon would be just like doing any other work and doing your protection work, beforehand. So I'm not saying that you have to cast a circle. I'm not saying that you have to protect yourself physically in any like old school traditional way, but whatever you do to cleanse yourself to enter your temple before you start your work with anything, it should be the same. And I know that's a great question, because it's like, okay, I'm working with my own energy. Why do I need to do, the processes like I would be doing if I'm working with something that's external? But because we are invoking the self, you are going to notice that as you start to get stronger with your demonic integration work, you're going to notice that intuitive voice that comes through it's going to sound different than yours. It's going to be different. So it's going to seem sentient. So you're basically, like we were talking about earlier, reflecting the deific purpose within. So you're conjuring up yourself, basically. So you would just do it the same way that you would do any other type of protective work. Like if you were going to invoke your matron or your patron or whoever, you can just do it the same way, because what you're doing is giving reverence to your spirit in the same way you give reverence to these other entities. And that's why I have an altar set up for, it's small, but that's why I have an altar set up for my demonic self, because I'm giving reverence, just like I have my big, beautiful Lilith altar. What if I had like a little nothing, and this is for me, like nothing, that's just like, it's just giving yourself, just giving yourself the energy that it needs. So I would do it just like I was entering the ritual space for anything else. I haven't done it in a while, but I used to, have a specific clothing and all this stuff. And I got a very beautiful gift of a hood, a big, nice, just giant hooded robe. And I can't wait. So like something like that is very special. So I would say that would work for demonic, like your integration, like your big rituals as well.
Awesome. Good stuff. Here's a good question from VL's Corner. This is a really good question. You did touch on this a little earlier. This question came around the same time, but maybe you could rehash and elaborate more. What are some signs / confirmations that would let one be aware of the successful integration of a personal daemon's manifestation in one's physical reality? You talked about that earlier. Maybe you can.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's a good question.
that's a great question. To see your will at work. When the easiest way I can put it is when everything starts to work, when things start to work out. When you say, you know what, I'm going to go get a new job, and you put everything into it, and I'm not saying you're not going to have roadblocks, but when your life starts to get more meaningful and easier in the way that's meaningful, to be like, dang, 3 years ago, I would have to jump through hoops, fire, everything to try to make this happen. And
Right.
now I not only show up for myself, my intuition is leading me. Everything is falling into place. The example that I can give you for this, I had a person that was here with me, and it was time for them to fly home. Visitor that was here, it's time to fly home. We missed the plane because we're messing around and we're having so much fun and we're partying, and we missed the plane. Like grown adults, we
I
missed
knew
the
you were
plane.
going to say that, but go ahead.
Missed the plane, missed the whole entire plane. So we get to the airport, and this person, and I'm thinking, oh my God, we're going to have to pay $1 million to get this person home. Like, what is going to happen? Like, there's not going to be another flight for whatever, This person comes back and is like, oh, there's another flight that's happening very shortly, and I didn't have to pay anything, and I got first class, and everything is good. So not only did I get more time with that person that I really wanted, that person didn't want to sit in the seat that they had chosen. Now they're in first class. And third of all, who knows what could have happened on that flight that they missed, So when you start to take, what am I saying? When you start to take, internalize things that happen to you, it feeds your spirit in that way to be like,
Right.
how people say claim your magic,
Oh, yeah.
So when stuff like that happens, and you're like, I did that was me, I'm smoothing this whole situation out. When you can, the way that I can prove it is that when I can sit in a room and there's chaos around me, and I'm okay in here, and I'm not just being a monk and tuning everything out, I'm really okay, because I have like a grounding. That's how I see it reflected in my world. It's not,
Right.
it's an inner peace, but it's not like a yogi woo-woo weirdo inner peace type of thing.
Right.
It's like I'm grounded because I have, my intuition is leading me, and nothing can, push me off my path.
Right. Awesome
Mhm.
stuff. Awesome. Just some quick comments in relation to some stuff you said earlier and we were talking about. I just want to throw up. Mika said how she likes to unwind and do things to make time for herself, cooking and exercising. That's awesome. Slim Lewis, like to quote something I say all the time. It's about the results. If your magic is working and making positive change in your life, keep doing it and develop it more, 100%. This was good. This class, Xander Promio said that this class has been good because it's hard for her to relax and recharge. She needed to hear this. If she doesn't study every day, I feel guilty like I'm slacking. Don't do that to yourself. I know what you're talking about. I know you. Look, your intuition will kick in. If you're bullshitting too much, and I know if you're fucking around, wasting time, watching TV, don't look at it like that, because your spirit, you'll know when it's time to get back at the altar and pick the books up. Don't beat yourself up. You got to have that balance. You need to kick back, do things that you enjoy. You need to indulge in some pleasures and some recreational time. You look, I know there's a lot of people out there in spirituality say, oh, don't embrace your humanity. To fuck with that. That's the biggest bullshit. Anybody that teaches you that is full of shit. Because all I'm saying to you is you need that balance between both. Don't do that to yourself. But I'm glad
you have to have it. You have to have it. I don't like when people say that too, because it's almost like it's a punishment to have this pleasurable, like we're supposed to be living deliciously. We're supposed to be rich. We're supposed to be having fun. We're supposed to be, enjoying our experiences. We're not supposed to have, we're not supposed to have a low sense of our human presence, because that is if you're doing that, then you're doing it out of self-loathing, really. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a self-loathing thing to say, oh, I'm not claiming that humanity is a beautiful thing and we should be trying to transcend it. But if you're trying to transcend it in a physical way and you're not experiencing you're having your experiences here, what are you going to leave here with when you pass
right.
away? You know, you have to have something.
That's right. And go back to the old LeVay teachings, right, of indulgence, the doctrine of
Right.
indulgence, right?
Absolutely.
We're supposed to indulge with discipline. I don't care what that is. It's okay once in a while. Like here, for an example, it's okay once. Like I can't stand people that make veganism or vegetarianism like a fucking religion. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that shit. But here's the thing. It's okay once in a while if you like to treat yourself to a fucking ice cream sundae. It just means don't eat ice cream 5, 6, 7 days a week, right? This is indulging with this. It's okay to get your freak on, but just don't get your freak on with no discipline. That's all it's saying, right? It's okay to go, like you said earlier, if you want to go to a theme park, catch a movie, if you like I love sports. I don't want to hear nobody tell me, oh, sports, that's the white man's tool and your program. Fuck that. I'm going to watch sport. I'm still going to indulge in
Yeah,
sports.
you're a guy. I mean, sports. You're supposed to watch sports. Like, what are you talking? I mean, not supposed to, but I mean, it's common.
But this is the foolishness that's out there that, and I know, Alexander, you weren't exactly talking about this, but it shifts to this paradigm because it's like you just said, Cosmic Circle. It's like people make you feel guilty for enjoying your life. And that's just ridiculous, man. It's just ridiculous. Just do it with discipline. And you got to know your limits. You'll know if you're going, like, if you're slacking off too much and bullshitting and wasting time, your personal daemon, your higher self, that inner voice will tell you, look, this happens to me a lot. You're fucking off. You've been bullshitting. You had your fun for a few days. Get your ass back to work now. It's that simple. And when you're locked in, it'll never do you wrong. But not to keep beating this up, don't beat yourself up like that. You're not slacking. Don't make yourself feel guilty. That's just being a little too over. You're being a little too hard on yourself. That's all I'm trying to say. All right. Another comment here by VL's Corner. If anyone would like to have an understanding of the original philosophical concept of the daemon, and you can, yes, through Hermeticism and Greek philosophy, I would suggest looking into the writings of Aristotle and Plato on the subject of eudaimonia, right? Hold on, what happened, man? Keep forgetting this is a damn touchscreen. But yes, thanks for sharing that. I think I accidentally touched the screen and deleted it. That wasn't intentional. Sorry about it. Oh no, it's still there. Sorry. All right, let's see what else we got. What do I do? Change the layout? I don't want to see my big ass ugly face like that.
Right.
There we go. Ooh, that was scary. Slim Lewis. Consistency creates momentum. Put it at the top. That's true. Yeah, man, that scared me. I saw that big ugly mug on her face. I was like, "Who's that dude?"
No, we just look. It flipped. This is an interesting platform, though. This that we're on. It's very consistent. It's not buggy. It's great. So it's a very interesting platform.
Yeah. So
I don't mind looking at God's art, though.
What's that?
I don't mind looking at God's art.
Well, yeah, true. True. Well, I don't know. I've seen enough of myself. I don't like looking at my mug, though. That big ass nose and shit. All I saw was my fucking nose. Let me stop. All right. Let me over here. So Mika, this is good by Mika here. When we were talking about that sleep app, and she says, yeah, I do all the above: cough, snore, and fart, etc. That's good. I love it. I love it. That's the other thing, man. I act like when motherfuckers act like they don't fart and pass gas. Stop. Let's just stop. I know something. Well, I don't know why people look. I mean, all right. Let's not talk about that. Okay. Anyway, what else we got here? Scroll down. So Miko, also when you were talking earlier about intrusive thoughts, I went through. I think we all deal with that. That happens. I don't look. It can happen on and off. And intrusive thoughts, it doesn't always mean they're negative, but you can get intrusive thoughts that distract you from what you're trying to do, right? It doesn't always have to be something of a very nasty, negative nature. But I know if I'm not at my operating on a sharp mental wavelength, this is crazy. You can get stupid thoughts like, what am I going to do tomorrow? You could be in meditation like, oh, there's that piece of cheesecake in the refrigerator. And you're meditating and you're thinking about the motherfucking
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I also want to say about that, because I did bring it up. I just want to be fair. There's a difference in intrusive thoughts and like intrusive thoughts. So like there's intrusive thoughts that are like because you have an illness and you can't stop them, and you need not to say you need medication, but there's something that is like happening that you're not, it's not something that is just something that's suppressed. It's not something that we're talking about. It's something totally different. So I just want to acknowledge that I'm not downplaying anything like that, because that's a serious thing. But also the intrusive thoughts, like you're saying, they are always a roadmap for me, because if I get to a point where I can't, I have a very, very, very feminine brain. I have to add masculine energy into my life and into my practice purposefully. And one thing that I do have is that chaotic mind. It is always on something, this, that everywhere. So I know when I can't get down by using the breath, by using taking away all the distractions, everything. If I can't focus, there's something wrong. Like, it's not that, it's not that I'm just like, oh, this is just me today. No, there's something wrong. Like, I'm not grounding enough. I need to eat better. I need to drink more water. You get dehydrated. You can't focus, so it's definitely a roadmap. Those like intrusive thoughts, they'll help you figure out what's going on.
Yep. And here's the flip side, is that a promo, she admitted honestly, sometimes she gets intrusive thoughts where I ain't gonna lie, I get this sometimes too, where I want to slap the shit out of people all the time. It's true. Because I said earlier, and I've had to discipline myself. One thing I've always had a problem with, especially in my 20s and 30s, I had a horrible temper. I mean, it would just take the littlest thing to set me off. I've gotten way better at it. But what bothers me now, and I catch myself, this is how you also know your personal daemon is working within you. Now when a situation like that arises, I try to be understanding to, like, the little things bother me. It's just, I feel like simple things that people should know. Like, for an example, I always use this analogy. If I'm sitting here and the ceiling caved in right now, that I wouldn't even get that emotional or angry about that. But here's the crazy thing. If I see my son come in the kitchen and leave crumbs on the fucking counter, to me, that's like common sense. Not because I got OCD. It's like, you didn't fucking see that. Like, when people do dumb shit, I want to slap the shit out of them. But I've learned to say to myself, be patient.
Right.
That's not the right way to approach it.
Right.
That shouldn't be something to trigger you easier. When you're working with your personal daemon, it'll help you work on shit. Like, I know the feeling, trust me. Even in the business that I run, I deal with transportation and logistics. And when I'm training drivers, like, one thing that really irks the shit out of me is when I got to repeat myself over and over to show you something. I could see once, twice, maybe 3 times. And I try to take into fact, some people don't retain stuff.
No.
It's hard. It takes them a little bit longer. But when I'm on the 8th, 9th, and 10th time, that's when I get that feeling like I just want to slap the shit out of you.
Right. Like, you're listening. So, you aren't even listening.
Yeah.
So, question. So how would you deal with it as far as separating it from your pride? Like you said.
Excellent question.
Me personally, I used to be very nice. You know what I mean? Naive. You know what I'm saying? So now when it's like, you say to myself, are you challenging me? Or is this just another, okay, namaste? You know what I mean? Go ahead and walk away. Or,
listen,
like you said, that voice in your head, like, no, just go upside the nigga head.
I'm going to let her answer it as a female, and I'm going to answer it as a man first, because I think there's 2 different approaches. As you get older, let me just answer it as a man. You just kind of hit it on the head. To me, I look at it like, and it'll happen. Sometimes I don't like, I have no patience with people that can't drive either. It drives me fucking nuts. Because it's what I do for a living. I teach it. It's what I do for a living. And one thing that was a tough adjustment for me was moving from New York to South Florida. And if you've ever been to South Florida, people can't fucking drive to save their life. Okay, that's number one. I realized in that moment, right, how the work you're doing in your spiritual life is working. I've caught myself sometimes, road rage. Sometimes I don't have a problem with it no more, but I had a bad problem with it. And I remember one time a couple of years ago picking my son up from school, and I'm in a school zone driving, and this asshole's behind me hitting his horn. I'm like, asshole, I'm in a fucking school zone.
Right.
He's just hitting the horn. Now, I just lost a moment. Now, mind you, my young son's sitting in the back seat. So I'm rolling down the window, giving this fucking dude the bird. I'm flipping him the bird. I'm like, fuck you. I'm slowing down. I'm hitting on my thing. This asshole comes whipping around me, cuts me off, and bolts. I started to follow him.
Oh,
right?
my goodness.
But then I looked in my rear view and I saw my son sitting in the back seat just looking like, what are you doing? Like, I was looking like an asshole in front of him. And in that moment, I just snapped back into reality. And this is how. And I do this now moving forward because that was a teaching lesson. You got to look at, it's not worth it, bro. It is ego, and it's a false aspect of your ego. It doesn't make you a weak punk to go, look, I got too much going on to throw it all away just to get into some stupidity. Now, I'm not saying if somebody comes at you, you got to protect yourself, your life.
Right.
Well, by all means, do what you got to do. But if you're going to instigate it and put yourself in that situation, it's not worth it, bro. Because think about what you got going on, all that you've worked for, and the discipline that you raised yourself to have. So now I'll walk away as long as you don't put your fucking hands on me, and as long as you don't put me in a situation where my life is threatened. That's the only way I'll retaliate now. I have no problem. This don't mean nothing to me. So you can call me all the names in the world, pussy, I'll kick your ass. That doesn't mean shit to me. As long as you don't put the mitts on me, we're okay. I can walk away, turn the cheek the other way. I'm not gonna throw everything away to put myself in a situation.
Now that's where my trauma come in at. When they talking, but me, I can't take threats lightly because when I was young and I turned my back on somebody when they was and I'm like, oh, whatever.
No, I never turn your back, bro. Till they open, never turn your back.
So that to now as an adult, that's sticking in my head. So when somebody, what I mean?
I was
like,
the
I
dude.
can't really decipher. Should I walk away or head? You know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. You gotta put those parameters there. Like I said, never turn your back. But here's the thing. My problem used to be years ago. I was the dude. Like I always used to see. Ever see two dudes when they say, "What you gonna do? What you gonna do?" And it's just talking and nobody's throwing blows.
Right.
I'm the dude while you're talking. I punch you while you're talking. That was me. Because I don't wait for all that. When I see you doing that, that shows me you don't really want to do it. But then that was where I would be in the wrong because I've learned never get to that level unless you're in danger. Regardless, don't let your pride get in the way, bro. And that would never turn your back till the situation is clear. I know what you're talking about. I've seen dudes do that. But me, and I'm sure you're a bit younger than me, but we're at an age where it's not worth it, bro. Like that's why I don't go to young boy shit no more. I'm not gonna be at a place a dude steps on me. You stepped on my. I'm not gonna fight you because I stepped on your fucking sneakers. Now, how do you handle it as a female? How do you handle that? Let's look at it from a female perspective.
Yeah, always.
I think that, and I wish that this message could just be like absorbed by some of the people that I know, my friends, women, you know what I mean? I just wish that it could be absorbed and like taken in. The name of the game when it comes to stuff like that is self-preservation. Like if I even have to raise my voice, sometimes I am over it, and it's because I am so focused on how I'm maintaining my inner energy. So if it's coming to me and it's draining me in any way, it's not happening because self-preservation has to be the name of the game when it comes to that. And then when you start to do work on yourself, you're going to be picking people apart anyway. So when somebody says like, like, I'll be completely honest and like open with, I feel comfortable sharing this. I live in a place where, I live in the country, in the boonies of Virginia, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's a racially charged kind of place in some aspects, but it's like I've heard that being called a slur, all these things. To me, the first thing that's coming up in my mind is, who hurt you?
That's it.
What do you have going on at home that's so bad that you have to express yourself in this way to degrade somebody else? But look at you. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean? I'm like, you literally look inbred or whatever is wrong with you, and you have a problem. How can you look at me? I'm like, you're calling me this name? What is the problem?
That's
What's
right.
going on at home? I want to help you at this point. So when you start working through your own stuff, it ain't even gonna make you mad anymore. You're just gonna be decoding everything. Like, wow, this person really trying to curse me out and fight me. You got some daddy issues. Like, you need a hug.
That's it.
And
That's
it's not to downplay anybody or to make fun of anybody or to make anybody feel messed up or anything. It's just the fact that that's how your mind is going to start to move. You
Yeah.
see things and you see people bickering online and stuff like that. You're like, geez, they must be so drained. I can't imagine that they can, because I see that. That's what I see, the people that bicker back and forth. I'm like, they can't possibly have a practice. Because if I had that much time to argue, I wouldn't have any personal energy. Well, when do I have time to do the work that I'm doing if I'm focused on fussing with you? I have no energy for myself. So it's all about self-preservation,
Yeah. And
like, think about it.
you're right. And stay. You mentioned something about the internet. What is that? Oh, Kiona, that's the sisters in here. One I told you that got me the Santa Muerte statue. Yeah, that sound. That's why I keep muting your mic, El Naga. I don't know. She was just talking about. I don't know if you got like something close to it. It makes like there's a loud like sound thing to it. She was. That's why I kept muting it, because I guess people can hear it. It almost sounds like if there's like a chain or something like near it. I don't know. Anyway, no big deal. But that internet thing you said earlier, 100% true. I advise people stay out of that internet drama, please.
Man.
Okay, and stop going on the internet telling everybody your personal business. I can't stand people that post and tell everybody about what's going on in their life, good and bad. Stop it, especially the drama. Sometimes people get on there and say too much. Okay, stop telling everybody about everybody that fucked you over, did you wrong, about all your toxic relationships.
Yeah.
It's annoying. And what you're doing, I'm being real, and what you're doing is you're giving your enemies ammunition.
Period.
That's why I
Oh
keep
my
telling
goodness.
people that.
I can't believe it. Sometimes I see people and I'm like, do you not understand that the people that you're trying to stay away, there's some of us that have gotten to a point with Baneful Magic that we don't need any of your personal concerns. I don't even need to know what your face looks like. Do you know what I mean? I don't need a picture of you. I don't even need anything. I just need to know something, and you're telling everything, where you live, your address, your whole life. You put your children, everything, and you got beef. I'm not saying that it's not safe to put your information online because you have spirits that protect you. But when you're like beefing, don't put your personal beeswax out there. There's people that will exploit that very easily.
That's why I keep trying to say people have diarrhea of the mouth. Okay, stop. Look, I've said a million times. Look, the internet platforms like this, it's a two-edged sword. It's a beautiful thing because one, we have the ability to do something like we're doing now, right? It's a negative thing because there's wannabe keyboard gangsters that get on. Everybody's a thug on the internet. Everybody's hardcore. Not everybody's a thug. Not everybody's hardcore. Not everybody's the baddest bitch that ever lived on the planet. And then we have what I call all the internet hoes, right? That's all they do. And again, look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna look. If you showing your ass and titty, I'm gonna look. I'm not saying
but please have something else. Please have something else, because you'll be old one day. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but you just have to have something else, because you will be old one day. And I'm sure that there's a market for that, but obviously it's maybe a niche market, but it's a smaller market. But I also feel like you're so correct with that. It's like this.
It's terrible.
It's rough, and I think that when people, because it gives you so much power that you don't have in your real life. I've had this conversation with people that like have come to me with like beef stories, or like, oh, this is happening, you know, these wars or whatever, and I'm like, do you realize you have to be able to assert your power in some way?
Right.
Some way, men, women, it doesn't matter. Whether a woman is nagging her husband to the point of like trying to control him because she cannot control her children, she can't control her job, or a man is being overly bearing to this woman who he can control because she is not as physically powerful as him, or if your boss just treats you like crap, it's because they cannot control you. You have to have some aspect of control in your life. And when you can't control your job, your relationships, your money, your health, because you refuse to, of course, you go online and now you're big and bad. And I'm like, if I could just rip the screen away and see what's back there, all it is just sadness and just feeling insignificant. That's all it is. Like, that's how I feel.
Look, there's nothing wrong with being a woman, being on the internet and looking beautiful, looking sexy and all that. But when you're making videos every day, putting 5-6 videos out, you're wearing a thong, you're shaking your ass, you're twerking, eventually the ass is going to start sagging. The titties is going to start sagging. The wrinkles is going to kick in. You
gotta do something else.
I'm not going to sit here and lie and play innocent angel. I come across it all the time. Hell yeah, I'm gonna look. If you're showing the goods, I'm gonna look. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh no, I don't look at that stuff. Of course I'm gonna look, because you showing the goods is out there for free. So hey, but my thing is, what does it say about you and how you value yourself? And I'm not being a hypocrite. It doesn't make me a hypocrite because I'm looking. You go, well, then why are you being a hypocrite? And look, because the shit's in my face. I'm gonna look. That's it. It's that simple.
No, yeah, and it's also, if that empowers you, if that has changed your life to love yourself, if you are doing this through a self-empowerment type of a thing, not because of anybody else, because you now finally loving yourself enough to be like, you know what, I'm gonna show a little bit more. I'm gonna do this. If it feeds your spirit, you can tell it's different. It's a different energy though. It's different than desperation, and also just like trying to get money from you guys. You know what I mean? So it's like a different energy. So it's all about what your intent is with it,
I got one more question and I'm gonna let you go, baby girl. But I appreciate the compliment too. I'm almost 50.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
all right. You keep calling me young man.
I'm just slightly ahead of you. I'll be 52 in June.
Wonderful.
All right, we neck and neck. All right, cool.
Yeah, I'll be 50 this year.
All right, cool. Big 5-0, baby. Big 5-0.
Yeah,
it's a number. It's just a number.
When I first seen you, Cosmic Serpent, I bought that book, Shadow Work. It was a book the last time you was on here promoting.
Oh, is it? Oh, there's so many. I don't remember which one I said.
I remember it was up on the screen.
It was a softback, black and white book, and it said Shadow Work.
Oh man,
you put it up on the screen. I do remember you showed it on. You grabbed it.
Yeah, you showed it.
Yeah,
but
forgive me.
My question was to you was, when did you first get that spark of this where I belong, the left hand path?
Oh my goodness, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that, because it like provokes a good memory. Like, it brings back a good memory. Like, I feel like the time that when I felt like it was something that I was doing that wasn't me being rebellious, when it switched from the feeling of rebellion to the feeling of acceptance in myself, I think that's when I figured out this is where I'm supposed to be. Because, you go through the stages of like, all right, when you're young, you're questioning the Bible, you're questioning Christianity, you're questioning everything that's happening to you. You're questioning why I have to have this sort of, this sort of way about me. Why do I have to have an alliance with something that I don't believe in, because this is what my ancestors did? Like you go through all of that stuff, and then you feel rebellious. You know what I mean? You feel like, man, fuck the Bible, fuck all this. I don't want to be no Christian 666. Like, you feel all of that, right? You feel it all. And then you're like, but am I doing this because I'm just a bad girl, or I'm rebellious, or I'm just pissed off inside, or am I doing this because this is what I'm for real supposed to be doing? When I started doing spiritual work and it felt correct, and it never felt scary, and then it never felt like, and then when I started to get more into it and things would work and I could help people and I could help myself, and it didn't feel bad and it didn't change who I was. And the people that are around me, that know about me, that love me, that have not left me because they know it, that is another thing that keyed me into being like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. If my beautiful Christian grandmother, who is like white gloves usher, who knows everything, can come here and see all these altars and all this stuff, and she's like, I don't care, I love you. I'm like, yeah, I'm supposed to be doing this.
That's real.
Yeah, I'm
That's
supposed
real.
to be doing this. So yeah,
it's funny because that what I was trying to obtain, we all came up, most of us living in America in the Western Hemisphere, we all were influenced through religion to some degree. It's funny because people think that all the spirits and the demons and everything we do on this path is all this dark gloom and doom. But I can't put into words that feeling or that connection I was looking for in religion. I got it in this path. There is not peace or personal tranquility, like that's peace or tranquility that's taught in the illusionary aspect, but there's a personal, peaceful, loving, and tranquility aspect to this path. I'm not saying all of it, but it's a beauty. I can't put it into words. It's beautiful. And that's what I was looking for or thought would be in where I came from. But there is all of those things people think we don't deal with on this path because they've been brainwashed and programmed. We experience a lot of those things that, quote unquote, the right-hand pathers talk about. They don't think we meditate. They don't think we do forms. I don't like to say prayer in the sense that they do, because we don't pray like that. But our invocations are our personal connection to the spirits. And there's, it's tough to put into words. Yeah,
it's beautiful, and it gives you meaning. It gives your study and your research meaning and grounding, and it's not just something you're being told. It's something that you're experiencing. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that you see in church and all that stuff, they're doing that because that's what they see everybody. This is what everybody else is doing. They don't understand. They're like, okay, so you really got the Holy Ghost because the person next to you got it. Tell me how it feels. Where does it come from? What is it? You know what I mean? Or is it just a reactionary thing that everybody in the whole entire room is getting because we're all excited? No, you sit down and have a meditation and you feel the blessings of the deity you're working with, or you can feel, or you can see your magic work. Like I woke up this morning to a message that was proof of one of my workings. To me, that's gold. I'm like, that's a good thing.
That's the difference. Hey, some good comments here from some stuff we were talking about earlier. Music, some people, Jackson 5, ABC, that was Xander, that was her song. Make It Last Forever, Keith Sweat. I don't even want to tell you stories about that song. Gerald Levert. Now, man, don't forget, I love Gerald Levert too, but don't forget the Groot Levert, Rope a Dope Style. That's a classic. That whole album, man, the jams on there, stories for that. Mika mentioned YZ, rapper from New Jersey, Master Plan. That YZ, one of the most underrated MCs. Sherry King mentioned a whole playlist from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I'm right there with you. It gets a little sketchy. Early 2000s, I'm okay. Then it gets a little sketchy for me there. Yeah, I was joking. I can't keep up with all the littles in the rap game. Little Boo Boo, Little Baby, little Gambino, little Cuckoo, little Kaka.
Another question, Serpent. What would you say to the loners, the ones who walk alone in this path?
I would say to keep it up. I would say to keep it up. I would say because it is a solitary path. We are solitary. There is help. You don't have to walk alone. You can have, you can have partners. You can have. That's why it's important to get mentors and like learn and take classes and stuff, because you find your tribe. But if you are solitary on this path, I would say stay that way. Because I know everybody could probably say it in the chat and all that, the group thing, a lot of times, unless it's the right group, it don't work. And the reason why you're here is because you are a seeker, a searcher, a learner. You don't want to be told anything. You want to learn for yourself. You don't want to follow. You know, if we were followers, we wouldn't even be here. So I would say stay that way until you find people that like ring true in your heart and that you can trust. Also, people that you can say, "Oh, your shirt, I like your shirt. I don't like your shirt." "Oh, okay. That's fine. We
Yeah.
can agree to disagree. I don't care." Like, you know, we have your beliefs and I have my beliefs, and we can still converse and have, you know, an intelligent conversation. When you get to finding knuckleheads and people that are like ego up their ass on this path, it deters you from wanting to share and to be out there, because you're like, everything I say, they're going to scrutinize, or everything they say, they're going to try to fact check me or whatever.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter, you know? So stay that way until you don't want to be that way, you know?
And know this, there's always, regardless, I'm gonna tell you this, no matter how many people you know, your circle will always be small and tight on this path. We were talking about this yesterday in the class. That's just the way it is. I can tell you this, you can have friends, family, acquaintances. They could be in large numbers, minimal numbers. There's always gonna be that feeling of loneliness.
Right.
And that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
That's a reminder, because if you lose that, you're not connected to this path anymore. That's why I'm saying that. Embrace that isolation, because that isolation, one, whether you're aware of it or not saying it's always fun, it protects you. What I mean, it protects you from, it steers you away from a lot of bullshit, and it keeps you in alignment with what you need to do.
Right.
Because I can tell you this, over the years, as I get older, that circle gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And guess what? As I'm getting wiser, I actually like it like that. I can't stand to be around a lot of people. After a while, I'm be honest with you. I like to go out and have fun. 1 minute I could be like, "Oh yeah, gung ho, let's go." And then an hour into it, I'm like, "Yo, I'm ready to pack it in. I'm just not feeling this shit no more."
Yeah.
You know? So make sure that that feeling of isolation it doesn't go away completely, because you will still feel alone on this path no matter how many friends you have. And that's not a bad thing. Trust me when I tell you, when you understand it, because that's the spirit. If you are connected to the entities, spirits, gods, goddesses, and demons on this path, you must have that space and isolation, because if not, it's not going to work. Trust me when I tell you. So it's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Old Jonathan G threw out an old school one, Man o' War, Bridge of Death. That's old school right there. Falco, man, you guys throwing some class. Buckethead, man, you guys coming up. God, Bootsy Collins. Everybody was getting activated by the music. Dusty Lee says, "I do this. Just added a Parliament/Funkadelic playlist on my phone yesterday. Awesome." Bop Gun, Isley Brothers, classic. Man, you guys coming out with it. Bootsy. All right, let me see what else we got in here. See, Mystic Moons. All right, she says, "That's interesting regarding planetary frequency. The sounds of Saturn just sprung to mind. It sounds like screaming souls, but many find it relaxing to listen to during meditation." Okay. Hey, Corey asked Cosmic Serpent, "Do you have a channel, like a YouTube channel?" Or
I do, but it's very it's slightly underdeveloped. However, I do have a YouTube channel. It is Cosmic Serpent, the Cosmic Serpent. I have some things up there that are old, some good reference things, but yeah, that's the extent of my channel. I am willing to and going for spring to put some more energy into that, because
good.
I feel like the power is going to be shifting here online. I don't think that it's going to be, you know, the whole like scrolling fast thing, TikTok thing. I think that they're gonna change, not just, you know, being obvious when the whole ban and the you know the bill that's been passed, but I think that it's going to be beneficial for me as I'm getting older, to get rid of some of this stuff in my brain to make space for more, if that makes any sense, you know. So I think it's good to kind of do that. So yes, thank you for asking.
Right. And Corey, again, I would remind you, not sure what time you came in, on her Instagram, she does post some good videos and reels. If you haven't checked it out, I would definitely recommend you and everybody else. Again, it's the.cosmic serpent on Instagram.
Yeah, I followed
her. Yeah, she's got some good
Thank
stuff
you.
on there. Yeah. Xander Promo says, Baniti, are you body shaming the little strippers? There's a joke, man. I didn't want to tell you the inside joke. You wouldn't even believe me if I told you.
That has to be a joke.
It's a joke that goes way back. Look, back in the day, I was a strip club head. Trust me, and I've seen everything you can see. I've seen strippers with bullet wounds. You know, literally seen I mean, I seen midgets. I mean, it's a long story, man. And me and Jack got this little. We could tell you some stories. There's a place here. Again, it closed down. I probably stopped doing that in like 2007, 2008. I mean, once in a while, you know, you might pop up, but I don't do that shit like I used to. But we used to go to this spot, and it's funny. My boy that's flying in for my birthday in June, he actually called me yesterday. He's going to be flying in on the 8th. My birthday's on the 10th. There's a place called Sugar Daddy's here that got shut down. And when he first came and visited me a few years back, Jack was there. He's in the room. I don't even want to tell you what happened. That was one of the wildest nights. Put it this way. We didn't go to sleep. We left there. We went straight to IHOP. We're eating breakfast. The sun is coming up. We didn't get to bed. We didn't get to bed that day.
When your born day again?
That's a good night.
Your born day, when is it?
June 10th.
June.
Yeah, Gemini.
That's a good
night. And the boys are flying in on the 8th, and we haven't done nothing. It's been a few years. So
oh wow. You're gonna have so much fun.
I was talking to my boy Cat, it's not gonna be pretty, man. I told him, I said, hey man, you gotta remember I'm getting old. I can't, my ass by 11 o'clock, I'm looking to lay down. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm cool with just my feet up watching TV.
You can't lay down at 11 on your birthday. No way. You gotta take a nap. You take a nap before, get some coffee. You be up right.
We'll see how that go. We'll see how that go.
A teaspoon of Geritol, you be all right.
Yeah, it's a long story. So I wasn't body shaming. I know you're joking, Xander, but I wasn't body shaming him. I swear to God, if you just look, let me not talk about it. But yeah, it's an long inside joke. Mystic Moon says, yeah, it's 5 a.m. where she's at. We'll catch the rest later. I forgot where she's at, man. She's overseas, man. So I know she's 5 hours ahead of us.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so she checked out. Kiona says, I love you, Brother Baniti. Always love you too. I appreciate you. And again, thank you for, I know I've said it a million times. Thank you for sending that statue. You don't know what it's done and the work I've been able to do with it. All right. All right, Dark Divine. Super late. I think it's getting close to that time. What else we got? I'm just seeing if there's any other questions that stand out. We've been at this for over 4 hours, people.
Excellent. It's great. It's so much fun.
It is. Yeah, Jack, you know, man, you were down here. I know you moved a little north of here to the central part of the state. But yeah, man, if driving down here is fucked up, man. You ain't lying. I'm not sure if I understand this question. Would you deal with the situation physically or spiritually creating an entity? I think it's a little bit of both, if I understand, like creating a servitor. I'm not sure. I don't want to assume. I need a little more clarity on that question. Let me see if there's anything else for you that stands out, Cosmic Serpent. Just some comments. Good comments. Everybody appreciates again. Thanks you for coming by.
Thank you. I know my girls were here. Some of my girlfriends were in the chat. I saw them. So
awesome.
Hello. Thank you for coming and for
why didn't they come in the link and say what's up, man? We put the link in. They should have came in.
I'll ask them.
Don't be shy. They could have came in and said, what's up? Hello, something. Let them know you're here. Give you some support.
Yes, I saw them. Thank you. I'm so thankful.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. All right. I think that's it. We kind of at the end. We're going to do this again. I'll get with you. I know you're busy. I know you work a lot.
I
Oh, this is a
do.
good one. I gotta read this from Shamafia. When I saw a pregnant stripper, I seen it too. I seen it too. Hey, so hey, thanks for
Oh,
confirming. I seen it too.
I would have just gave her all my money because I'm like,
Listen,
just
man.
sit down, baby girl. Like, just eat.
Listen,
Let's
look.
eat. Like, come on, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want it. I
Listen,
just want you to eat and just sit down, you know?
listen, if you go to a strip club in the hood, there's nothing you may not see. I'm just gonna keep it on. Look, bullet wounds,
You probably had a baby shower there too.
Oh,
bullet
I know
wounds,
that's
knife
right.
wound. Yo,
Mhm.
hey, Shamafia, thanks for throwing that in there, man. Look, I just don't want nobody to think I was crazy. Now I'm just waiting for somebody to confirm they saw a midget stripper. I just
Oh
just
man.
waiting for it because it exists, people. It's real. It's there.
The one
All right,
thing I do know about strip clubs is that they have excellent food.
they do.
Excellent food, good food. You know, I know that
Well,
part.
here's another science for some of you more mature men that don't want all the young boy wannabe thug shit. If you find the right spot, the best night to go is a Monday night. Yes,
Mm,
Monday night. If you want majority of the club to yourself and you don't want to deal with all the arrogance, because usually you got to find the right area though. Usually it's a more mature crowd. Everybody's there just to chill, hang out, have some fun, get some lap
mhm.
dances. And usually I like to go during football season. Monday night football's on. I
Watch the
find a spot with
game.
pool tables, and it's just a mature crowd. And you ain't got to deal with the young boy shit. I don't at this age, I don't do the Friday, Saturday night thing no more because that's turn up, make it rain, young drug boys come in. I ain't got time for that shit.
Mm,
You know, I'm
mhm.
trying to go in there, do my thing, get out. I'm not interested in all that, making it rain and the hose coming out with the bottles sparkling with flames and shit. I ain't got time for that shit. Fuck all that shit.
Ooh.
That's all chill. You
That
know,
stuff
just go to
ain't
the.
free. You gotta pay for those bottles and those sparkles. They're not free.
Hey, here's another science though. If you ever been to ATL, and that was last time, ATL, any gas station, convenience store, place of business, you can go into the gas stations and they cash you out with stacks of ones for the strip club. Literally, I didn't know that.
Oh my goodness, what a
Yeah,
culture.
you go into the
That's
gas station
crazy.
because
That's
I have a
good.
friend. Yeah, I have a friend that lives up there, and he was like, "Yo, before we stop, we gotta go get some ones." I'm like, "Where are we gonna go do that at this time of night?" "Oh, we're gonna go to the gas station." I'm like, "The fucking gas
Wow.
station?" You walk in, you can go in there with $100. Dude, give you 100 ones. Yeah.
You know you're gonna have some fun in a town
Yeah,
like
make it,
that.
make
You
it.
know.
Look, you got to know how to. As you get old, you got to know how to stretch the 100. You know, you can't just let it all go at one shot. And then find spots. I give you strip club 101. Find spots where they got called uptime at the top of the hour. That's usually 2 dances and a drink, and usually $20-$30.
I
You just
got
gotta know where you're going. You gotta know where you're going.
I got a good question.
Is it about strip clubs? No, just kidding.
No. No. What out of your book list, what would be a nice book for a beginner? Out of your
Yeah,
book.
talking about what aspect, like focused on what?
Oh, okay. Left hand path.
A good book for a beginner, focus on the left-hand path. It depends on bye you. Just want to say bye, my friend you. Bye. But
All right, you.
Dealing with the serpentine energy.
Oh, well, a good book for a beginner that's dealing with serpent energy is probably one of my favorite books. It's actually right here because I was using it to prop things up and then see how beat up it is. But this is The Great Cosmic Mother. This is a book by Monica Siju and Barbara Moore. So if you want to know like the mysteries of the serpent, the origins of serpent energy in like antiquity, how it's in reference to how religion has been like formed, and how this is like the trueness of what's going on. You know, if you're talking about serpentine energy in a format of creation and something that's tangible, this is like, as you can see, it's all beat up, but that's like one of the books I love that has a wealth of information on the serpent energy.
Cool.
Right.
Mhm.
I would also the Draconian Ritual book is a good book for
Yes.
beginners by
I have
Asenath Mason too.
Got it.
Yeah,
there. Hmm.
that's a
Yeah.
good book. All right. Having said that, people, again, El Naga, I want to thank you for staying here. You were one of the brave ones that came in and wanted to hang out with us. Shame for all you other
You
people.
ain't see nothing crawl behind me, did you?
No, I didn't. I
Nah,
didn't.
I'd have let you know, brother. I'd have let you know.
Oh, I thought you meant your snake. You're talking about something else. Oh,
Nah. I ain't see nothing. Next time, though, I got it to Cosmic Serpent's friends. Next time, you guys need to come in and show some support, man. Don't be shy, okay?
Word.
Be shy. And some of you other folks, you've been coming in these YouTubes for years. Come in, show your face. Don't worry, this is about fun. No judgment. Look, if you're looking crusty and busted, all right, I get it. We don't want you to come in, okay? But come in, man. This we want to do. We want everybody to participate, be interactive, just have fun. It's a laid back, man. Come in. All right, listen to Cosmic Serpent. I appreciate you coming by as always.
Thank you.
Definitely, I'll get with you again. We'll set another date. Again, I know you're very busy. You work a lot in your profession, so totally understand it. But we'll link something up, and then we'll go from there. Again, El Naga, thanks for hanging out with us. Shout out
I
to
appreciate
Doma.
it. I tapped in right on time because I'm
Yeah, you
going
did.
through a transition
You did.
right about now. So I'm like mentally spiritual warfare at this moment. So
I
y'all
got you.
help me out right about now. So I'm good.
No doubt. All right. Infernal. Anything you want to say in closing, Cosmic Serpent? Just remind people again one last time where they can, contact you, and then we'll give you the last word.
Thanks everybody for watching and staying as long as you did. I am the.cosmic.serpent on Instagram. I'm on TikTok, acting a fool at the Cosmic Serpent, just being silly. If you have questions, thecosmicserpent7@gmail.com. I am offering now, I just want to say this on a platform where I think that it would be respected. I am offering goddess meditation, self-guided meditations just for spring, and lots of new stuff on my website as far as inner child healing work. I do oracle readings. I do consultations, spiritual consultations. If you just want to talk, if you just want to talk to someone from a left-hand perspective, that's going to give you some insight. I don't do anything that's out of the ordinary, so don't ask, but the website is there, and you can check it out. Please, if you have questions, hit me up on Instagram. I appreciate everybody, and thank you so much, Baniti, for the opportunity again.
Oh no, it was fun. Appreciate you coming by, and check her out, support her. I told you, check out the Instagram for sure. Good stuff on there. And we'll do this again. All right. So infernal blessings to everybody. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. And thank you for staying with us for over 4 hours. All right. We'll talk soon. Infernal blessings. All right.